no, but I think we can disconnect it. If they can just. Prof.
I think we can start. So my name is Mokoena. I'm from the University of South Africa, right? And so I've been requested to come and sort of facilitate this particular session. So specifically this commission, right? Look, it's not my area, but so we're supervising a number of students. I mean, so we are doing ICT and stuff like that, e-learning and online learning and so a whole lot of things. But I know there are some experts in here. So I'm not an expert, I mean, in ICT, right? So it needs to be clear, right? So let me first establish some few things. Our input presenters are they here? So Ms. Thatcher, are you here? All right. Ms. Nel, thank you. And Paul, thank you. So the resource persons, Khembo. Okay. Sorry, I mean, so if I'm not pronouncing your surname correctly. Motene, Pule. Okay. Okay, Mothobi. Online. So Kavuma. Butjie. Okay, all right. So our reporter will be Mr. Tlhabane. All right. And let me try and check. So who will be our scribe? Okay, it's fine. So I think we're going to use as a specific template, but look, I mean, I'm a researcher, I'm an academic, right? So the understanding is that so you are aware of some problems which are facing, I don't know, I mean, so schools out there, right? And so the reason why we here, right? I mean, so you wanted to respond to some challenges which are out there, right? And so we're going to be guided by some certain research questions, right? I mean, look, so in research, you need to have a problem statement, right? You need to have a background. And the problem statement, obviously, it emanates from, the background, right? And then, so out of that, I mean, so you come up with, the, the guiding research question. We call it an overarching question, right? And so you'll have number of sub-questions. I mean, so I think, so they will be projected here. So, so those questions will help us to achieve this number of objectives. I think there are about 4 in number. Yeah. So these objectives, 1, to align ICT strategies and intervention for inclusivity, access, equity, and redress, right? So that's one objective. And so the other one, to strengthen the use of technology to support the delivery of curriculum. Number 2. 3, to transform education and capacity building in response to global change, and to strengthen partnership for sustainable development. So these are the guiding objectives. So what will happen now, so I'll give a chance to colleagues, who will perhaps do some presentations. So for us, right, so that we can engage with each and every presentation, right? We're not going to reinvent the wheel. Like as I said that, I mean, so you are aware of some challenges which are facing the sector, right? So that there are a number of challenges, right? So we wanted to, even if it might not be now, but we wanted to come up with tentative solutions. So how we respond to to the policy imperatives. So I'll give Ms. Thatcher, all right, 10 minutes to do your presentation, right? And then so from there we'll engage her presentation. And so after her presentation will be Mr. Nel, and so we'll engage his presentation and then Paul. So thank you very much, Ms. Thatcher. You're more than welcome, you can sit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Do I need to be more microphone oriented? Right. Afternoon, everyone. Seeing I only have 10 minutes, we'll definitely have to click through a couple of these slides. But just to contextualize my presentation in the context of this commission, internet access and connectivity is what we fundamentally believe as a transformative ICT. So, in particular, it's a measure to enable inclusivity, access, and equity. I work for a non-profit organization called Project Isizwe, and we have a strategy to uncap education. We believe in free Wi-Fi for African learners at school and at home. So I'm going to give a brief presentation and an overview of the work that we do, and then we can move towards engagement around the topics. Just as a bit of background, Project Isizwe has our roots in community Wi-Fi. We are an NGO, as I already mentioned, and we have two offerings. We have offerings. Is that better? Okay, right. So in terms of the Wi-Fi offerings that we have a free capped model and an affordable paid-for model, which is uncapped. These are funder-led in terms of when we install Wi-Fi in communities. So because our roots are in community Wi-Fi, it's important to understand that where funders want us to deploy free Wi-Fi, we do that. Where funders want us to have models that are more geared around sustainability, we have an affordability model at R5 a day for uncapped internet. But working in communities, we've realized that there is one widespread problem in South Africa, and that's inequality. And we've made a shift in the last year to move from, sorry, that background noise is a little bit disruptive, but we've made the shift from community-focused Wi-Fi into an education strategy to make sure that no learner in South Africa pays for uncapped internet access. And we believe that this needs to be imperative both in schools and at home. With the solution that we're putting in place, we're focusing on 4 goals, and that's providing access to free, relevant education resources, keeping learners in school and improving attendance, improving academic performance, and ensuring that learners have equal opportunity as their global peers. All the fundamentals of why the internet is important. So I don't want to go too much into the different models that we offer because obviously I only have 10 minutes, but the decision around free Wi-Fi in schools and whether it's capped or uncapped in terms of what we're able to provision really comes down to funding and then how we work with schools. So obviously provisioning capped internet means that we can put access points up and make sure that any learner at that site can connect for free. That's educators, learners, and anyone on that campus. What's really hard to do is to guarantee 100% that only education stakeholders or education beneficiaries are connecting to that internet. Whereas in our uncapped model, it's a little bit more, it's a bit harder work because it involves engagement with schools, but we build a verifiable database of learner and educator numbers, and through that database, they're able to have free uncapped access to the internet. And then just a little bit about our why, and I'm sure this will resonate with everyone, a very short video. about the specifics of our progress to date in the discussions, but that's just a little bit of an overview of what we've managed in the last quarter of last year. One of the very critical things when I read the concept note for this commission was the idea of partnership, and I think that's what is phenomenal about our work this afternoon, is that for us, partnership is a critical part of success. It's important that we do this together, and it's a multi-stakeholder problem to solve. So NGOs like ourselves, government, and then obviously the private sector. We've already got a number of very committed partners who we're working with in various ways, but all of them have got education as a key priority. I've got two very quick case studies just to showcase some of the work that we're doing with our partners. So Sibanye Stillwater has used us to deploy Wi-Fi into 18 schools. This is the free capped model. In the rural outskirts of Rustenburg in the Northwest Province. Every person at the schools gets 1 gigabyte of capped internet every single 24 hours. And between October and December last year, we had 1,972 unique users who used 3,427 gigabytes of data. And if those same users were paying mobile rates, data rates, they'd have spent just under 700,000 Rand. And that's what we will be able to provision through our partnership with Sibanye Stillwater. What's important about the internet that we deploy into these schools is that it covers classrooms as well as administration. So we're very much focused on internet access for teaching and learning. Mathematics educators are teaching using streaming videos. Learners are doing research, accessing past papers. Educators have laptops. Learners are using tablets. And we have proactive and engaged principals with math, science, and IT focus in most of these schools. The second case study is of a partnership that we have in the rural Loskop area in the Drakensberg with 3 Bears Trading. Mr. Dlamini, who presented this morning, is from KwaZulu-Natal Special School. They are one of our partners on this project where we've provisioned Wi-Fi. They're on our free uncapped model. On that project, 1,057 educators have access to free uncapped internet. And between October and December last year, 998 of them, we had 998 unique users using 1,858 gigs of Wi-Fi and saving just under 400,000 Rand. We've heard all about KwaZulu-Natal. They're one of our incredible schools. We've actually begun a global sharing partnership between them and a school in the UK where learners are co-learning through a global classroom exchange. We've had wonderful feedback from principals. I just want to read one of the examples. Teaching and learning are more relevant and meaningful when our staff and learners are able to access online resources, and that's Mr. Ketwa from Utatazela High School. We can discuss this more as part of the general discussion, but this is the ideal process that we've laid out for getting schools connected to the internet and what we try to follow. It is ideal and it's very ambitious. It's also very hard, and we're very honest about that. But we go through the school selection process. We work very closely with leadership, so both principals in school governing bodies. We obviously, connect with circuit managers and district managers as well, because we know that they play a very important role in helping schools with infrastructure, but also vision setting and strategy development. We then do the Wi-Fi installation, which includes onboarding and all the support that comes along with that. We work with educators. We help train them around integration and ICT in their teaching and learning. We work with learners to help them with the onboarding. We also work to get parents to understand the importance and support the integration of ICT into their children's lives. And once we've done that, we measure and review, because we know that unless we're looking at what we're doing and measuring it very hard against very, very important criteria, we're not able to improve and iterate. So we look at usage, users, attendance, participation, academic performance, and once we know where we're at, we iterate. These are the main topics of the discussion today, so I'm not going to go into them in detail because I know my time is probably up, but I think one of the key factors for us is we want to work in partnership with more and more people. We want to work with the government to make sure that we're helping connect your schools, and we know that it's a multi-stakeholder approach. One of our goals for this year is to map and profile South Africa's connected and unconnected schools so that we can create a hit list for our funding and connectivity partners. And what's important in that is we constantly have people coming to us and saying, okay, we want to pay to connect schools. Which schools need Wi-Fi? So that's part of the work that I'm hoping to be able to take back to Project ECs, where from this commission is the list of where we can go, where we can help, where we can extend. Obviously, we've got SA Connect doing incredible work. We know that in Gauteng and in the Western Cape, there's phenomenal work that's been done to connect schools. But we're here as a partner to take that further and to work alongside everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad you've selected this track, because I think this can make such a big impact in every person's life, every learner's life. I think this is what we need to do to see how a person can drive themselves, not just start by being taught how to do something. I've got a slideshow, and so I'm D Nel. I'm from the State Information Technology Agency. We are responsible for ICT within government, and we've got about 3,500 employees in our employment. We are ICT for government, and yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about. Just a little bit of background, then some of the certification, what we do, and the role that we play, and just a little bit of the domain as well. So I can't see here, so I'm gonna just grab the mic. So the CETA Act is quite clear. It says CETA was established in 1999, and I've mentioned the number of employees. And we're all over government. You might approach a person in a department and you might think he's from Home Affairs, but it might be a CETA employee or a South African Police Service or wherever. So we're all over government, and it's very difficult to distinguish these employees. So the CETA Act is very strict on a couple of things. The CETA Act says, despite any law to the contrary, that's such strong words, procurement of all ICT information goods shall come through the agency. And I've not written that act, and I've just a government employee. But it says a second thing, and I'm involved in the second thing. I'm not so much involved in the first thing. It says that must certify acquisition of all ICT goods. So that's our role. Our role is to certify these goods, to look at the goods, to vet the goods. And we'll go into a little bit more detail there. So we, a unit called Technology Advisory Services, we helped the National Treasury for yonks with tenders and things like that. But we're there in advisory services capacity, and we're trying to help everybody, including the Department of Basic Education. We've written a document, I think in 2008, that's called Norms and Standards for ICT in Schools. That was renamed at a later stage into another document. So we test equipment into the lab, and we do other research facilities, but we're not doing it only for education, we're doing it for all of government, whether it's the defense and on so many terrains. So one might think a copier is a copier. It's a simple thing. You might want to make a photocopy, and it's such a simple thing, but there's so many complex things behind it. And that's our daily lives as well. You might think a fridge is a fridge until you realize that there's a license that you've not paid. So there's security and so many other aspects around devices. And I just want to, sometimes you just make a photocopy and you think it's gone forever, but it might reside on that machine, and you might make a copy, or somebody else might access it from the internet to find those information. So this is very much the diagram that we use. It's a very complex diagram, and my colleague said it takes a very clever guy to make a simple diagram, but this is not simple. So this is just a stack. If you start at the bottom, we start with power. Then we're going to the network and cabling and internet that she spoke about earlier on. But we've got the PCs, we've got assistive technologies, all the peripherals, and so the stack is built up, and we're trying to address each one of those blocks. And this is the wrong button, and the back button works now. So these are the domains that we're looking at. So personal computing domains, peripherals, assistive technology, education, servers and storage, audio-visual communications, network infrastructure. And we take all of this, we take to the Ghetto Council. This morning we had another Ghetto Council session, and I'm so, unfortunately I had to be there. We've got to sign agreements with more than 250 OEMs, where the OEMs commit to bring their equipment to be certified. So it's not we that pull it, but very much a push from their side. So I want to mention just the two tenders, the assistive technology for schools with dealing with learners with difficulties. So there's already a tender in place. It's not a SITA tender. That's the RT, stands for Republic Tender 275. And I think that tender is now out for 2.5 years. What a beautiful tender just to use, where all these devices already been certified. But we want to focus today on in the education environment. So when we get equipment, the suppliers, there's our website, and luckily all of these slides will be made available on the internet. All our stuff is on the internet. So we're not hiding specifications, we're sharing. It's important for us to share. None of the stuff is on the SITA intranet, it's on the internet for everybody to see. The OEMs submit the equipment, and either a piece of equipment complies with the specification or not. And it's very simple process. So what I've experienced over this last couple of years is the fact that we urgently need a transversal tender. We need a tender, a procurement vehicle, which makes the whole acquisition of ICT goods, when the money is being donated from or being given from Treasury, whether it's on a national or provincial level, we need something that we can procure. We can have all these MOAs in place, we can have all the products certified, but if we do not have a procurement vehicle, then we do not have a way of getting the equipment to the schools, wherever they might be. So there is a tender for the PC domain, but it's called RFB 740, and there's 1,000 resellers on that tender. But they focused on the corporate environment. It's not. There's a huge difference between a PC that goes into a school or a PC that's intended for a teacher, compared to a device that needs to work in a corporate environment, and the licenses and everything else is different. We need a transversal tender. The word transversal has got a very specific meaning within government in the SITA Act. It says that it's across government, but it's also a direct engagement model. So whoever has got the ability to sign that check has got the ability to procure directly without involving SITA. There's a direct engagement model between them. And further, the other advantage is that the Department of Basic Education can be what the Act refers to and the regulations refer to as a designated department. So the department is still taking control. It's quite an important thing that I think is a missing step, a missing brick that is urgently required. When we did the analysis, sorry, this is not a great quality, it's not the image. I think it's a projector. We're evaluating projectors as well. What we've realized that there are many role players in all of this. Now, I'm pretty sure I've not got 70% of everybody that's there, but you will see that these green blocks where there's written new tender, we require something from the applications, we require something on the e-learning side, we require something on the material, we require resellers to be involved, we require people that's going to do the installation and the training, we're going to require the OEMs and the entire service channel to be involved, and we require the device. So when I'm saying this is it's not, and then of course connectivity. Without connectivity, you're fairly stuck on that premises. So what we normally do is we create a domain, we go through user requirements. There's a taxonomy that we create, specifications, memorandum of agreements, and then we certify the products. So that's the quick route that we take, how to get literally two devices. So when we look at the classroom, we identify all these. This is now some of the projects where the president spoke about in the Sonar address. These are all the things that's important. If a laptop falls, whose responsibility is that? When is it becoming the learner's responsibility? When is it becoming the school's responsibility? When is it remaining the reseller or the OEM's responsibility? All of those things needs to be considered when you look at it. What about the connectivity? What about the storage and all? So we cannot be the dumping ground of the world either. So this is quite a tricky thing. Here's an example of how we got to 3 in an education environment. We got to, and this is our taxonomy. So we've got the education devices, or presentation devices, or infrastructure. So infrastructure might be a server, the server where the content resides. Let's say there is no connectivity, but you need the content to be there, or some of the networking storage, whatever. So for PC, for instance, there's the educational PC or the educational laptop. Then for mobile devices, there's a tablet, or all of these things. So, but these are still just the devices. These are not the complete solution. You need a complete solution to make that ecosystem. Now, the first version of the draft is already in place, and we've already established these things. So it's very difficult to read from here, but what I can say is there's all the PCs. We even made provision for the esports environment. So I know that there's some privileged schools that can do that, but even that environment has been covered in all of these things. So there is a version 1 in place. We need to go to a version 1.1. We're busy with the draft specifications. The specifications of the drafts we'll be adding all the 4 IR areas. So for this one, the microcontroller, single board computer, classroom type unmanned aerial vehicle. This is drones. This is fun stuff. This is stuff that you really like. 3D printing, some software, some virtual reality. So all of these things we're trying to address in the form of a specification that we vet, that the equipment actually complies to it. And you'll see the big words, comments please. So what we do in our process is we publish our comments in the draft format. So we're using not an RFQ, request for quotation, or a RFC, request for comment, but we processing it in a way that we publish the specifications and we ask anybody to produce comments, whether you are a citizen of this country or whether you are a multinational that's got vested interest in a particular device. We openly publish our specifications. We bring it before committees. The committees sit around these specifications, and then we decide what might be best for this environment. And we really would appreciate any comments at this stage. So on the hardware side, what I felt when I was asked to do this presentation was just to say, this is a burning issue. From what I'm seeing, schools are buying anything out there or getting any donation equipment. We need to keep a certain standard. We need to keep the methodology so that the departments can procure the most cost-effective solution. In a round 2, perhaps even if we do a round 2 at a later stage, in 6 months' time and 12 months' time, there is no problem bringing in the bigger curriculum. What do we do with textbooks? The moment I'm saying that, I think it's a swear word, but I think we need to bring all of that, the entire requirement, together to provide a complete solution, and that it would of course include communications and change management and everything else. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, so I'm representing another government department, and I didn't know that this presentation is 10 minutes. First time in a situation like this, but anyway, we will quickly go through it and see what's it. So, sorry, where should I? Is it press here? Where should I press? Is it here? Oh, the green button. Okay. A quick one. What is our role when it comes to ICT? So I thought I will start there quickly. So it's coming from a national development plan, looking at ICT to underpin the development of a dynamic information society, and that will create a knowledge economy. So a seamless information infrastructure to meet the needs of citizens, business, and all the public sector, providing access to a wide range of services for effective economic and social participation. At what cost? A cost that should be at least, cost and quality at least equal to South Africa's competitors. So from the medium-term strategic framework, it's, what happened?
Sorry, hang on.
Okay. So if you look at the medium-term strategic framework, it's specifically saying that our department should actually provide internet access to 80% of the population of South Africa by 2024. And we should also try to achieve the cheapest data, the country which is providing the cheapest way, 1 gig of data by 2024. And also talking about with the Department of Basic Education to connect all schools using different forms of connectivity by 2024, support. So we have to support the Department of Basic Education in that specific target. So DCDT role comes in as broader economic and social participation by all citizens through digital transformation underpinned by the fourth industrial revolution. So I thought, when we talk about fourth industrial revolution, how does it actually affect education sector? So it's actually got we always talk about 4IR, and it has got a profound effect on many spheres, especially when you look at a job and employment. That's what we are creating in the education sector. But we know that, 4IR is going to make fewer jobs which require advanced skills. So it's actually shifting the current situation. So it is going to destroy, actually, jobs, because we are actually training teachers on robotics and coding, and that's going to be a curriculum in the school. So actually, what is it actually going to happen? Because when I was looking at about this topic, 2 days back, we heard that Microsoft is actually going to lay off 10,000 employees. On the other hand, they are going to invest multi-billion dollars in multi-years into ChatGPT, which is an OpenAI platform. So interesting that one side they're actually laying it off, and the other side they are actually investing in OpenAI solutions. So this is what we are facing in the future. So what happens in South Africa? We know that, our demographic is actually mostly towards youth, which we heard that it's actually a good thing. We are not like France or, what did they say? Actually, Japan is the latest example. There is no, birth rate is much less there. Then we also looking at, high rate of unemployment in South Africa. And also we know that, rising inequality in the education level, that's a fact in South Africa. And we have a more labor-intensive workforce than skilled laborers. So this is what our current condition in South Africa. So looking at, I don't want to go to all other steps in between, so I thought, what are we going to do as a department of communications and digital technologies? That's the latest name for us. So what is our role as an enabler? So I know that, I even spoke to some of the, my friends at Department of Basic Education. They said, Miriam, please come and talk about your SA Connect. I said, okay, we will talk about that. So it's coming from broadband connectivity or SA Connect policy. The policy is actually coming from 2013. So there is basically four pillars in SA Connect. We forget about the pillars in SA Connect. We always talk about connectivity, but connectivity won't work if there is other three pillars not working. So it is a digital readiness, so which is looking at, how do you actually create enablement for infrastructure build. One of the critical area there is spectrum, because without spectrum, we all know that, we can't actually work. So then the next pillar is the digital development, where we are looking at, how to create networks which is going to connect, which include community network, free Wi-Fi, that type of areas. I just using some quick examples in those pillars. Then digital future. So where we talk about, rapid deployment, which is very critical, quality of service, and SDIC. SDIC, I will talk about it just now, and then digital opportunity, which is talking about human capital development, application development, etc. So digital readiness, I just want to quickly touch on what we are doing as a department. We all know that, we have an analog TV and which we need to switch off, which the deadline from ITU was sometime in 2012, then 2015, now we are sitting in 2023, and we still have analog TV in South Africa. So we have to switch off. We have to get that spectrum free. So that's the main thing, and our target date is to complete this project by 31st of March. A few of the provinces are already switched off. Then we talk about spectrum. So after so many years, first time, South Africa actually went through the spectrum auction, which was concluded in March 2020. So there's a mistake, not 2023, 2022. So we actually licensed the IMT spectrum, which we all know that, which is not including the 5G spectrum, which is actually gone up to 4G. So next generation radio frequency spectrum policy, which was published in October 2022 for comments, which is actually very critical, which is looking at, after this auction, what is the future? What are we looking at? When are we going to have the real spectrum for 5G? So that is actually in that spectrum policy. And then we are looking at how to bring cost to communicate into, in South Africa, we all know that cost to communicate is very high. So there was actually some recommendations from Competition Commission's Data Service Market Inquiry, and ICASA is supposed to implement some of the recommendations from that Commission's recommendation. One of them was like a zero-rate government websites, bring, data mustn't finish at the end of the month. If you buy data, the data, expiry date should be at least 6 months. There were fewer recommendations, and then they have to implement that. So that is from that side. Then talking about next pillars, that is about a digital future. So we're looking at, like a rapid deployment policy, which is already almost at the last leg of its approval from Cabinet. So this we are supporting COCTA on it. And then consolidation of state infrastructure companies, which is very important. As a government, we have to consolidate and we have to have a single, infrastructure companies, which is Centec and BBI. We are bringing them together and then call it as a state digital infrastructure company. And repositioning of CETA. So CETA was represented before me, but we are looking at how to reposition and how to bring CETA as a value creator for government. So then we're looking at a digital opportunity. So we all know that the President had a commission, established Presidential Commission on 4IR. There was a report, and we are now busy implementing all the recommendations coming from 4IR. Then we also looking at, on the 4IR thing, we actually, in December, we launched the AI Institute with the UJ and TUT together. So there is a launch of AI Institute had happened. And then we are also working on the implementation of National Digital and Future Skills Strategy. So these are the different areas. I just want to say, like, because SA Connect policy is not just to connect, government facilities or provide connectivity to the public. The other pillars also there. So I'm not going to go through it. Everybody know that, SA Connect actually policy coming from 2013. I just want to go through the last two bullets. So in October 21, actually, just before that, the cabinet actually approved a new way of looking at SA Connect. We call it as SA Connect Phase 2. So that approval came through from the cabinet, and then we revised the model and we started with an implementation model for SA Connect. So that is what. So we actually want to launch a national project which will mobilize the capabilities, resources and energy of both public and private sectors together with the civil society in order to connect the South Africans to each other and the world. So that is the new model of SA Connect. So these are the three pillars of SA Connect project. So the first one is talking about a government connectivity by SETA. So SETA is got a total of around 14,700 sites, government sites to be connected at a speed of 10 megabits per second. So there is a budget allocation to SETA to do that. The second pillar is about the social obligation by mobile network operators coming from the IMT spectrum license. So this is the way, so the only portion which we need to look at it is those 18,500 schools. Then the last pillar of the SA Connect project is community and household connectivity by broadband Infraco and Centec, or the new SDIC, to connect around 5.8 million households. So it's not million people, it's households. So the last pillar, just for information, those connectivity to the households is through like open access base stations, community Wi-Fi hotspots, and in rural areas we are looking at VSAT connections. So in that area we are also working through like SMMEs, internet service providers, mobile virtual network operators. They will actually lease capacity and provide connectivity to those households and community Wi-Fi hotspots with applicable metering support. And SDIC and ICT industry will aggregate and backhaul the SA Connect traffic using the state-owned and private sector infrastructure. So there is a whole network model we actually created. We are working very, very hard on that, and then there will be some launch happening soon in that area from the SA Connect. Talking about SA Connect, like we call it as Phase 2, but National Treasury told us don't even call about Phase 1, Phase 2, it's just one project. So in the initial phase, we actually call it as a pilot project or whatever, but we couldn't achieve all the sites which was started, but there were 970 sites connected in the first phase of the SA Connect. Out of that, majority of them were schools, almost 600 schools were part of that connectivity. And I think there was some talk about, basic education should take over the connectivity of that, but there is some movement on that. I don't want to talk about it. I think we will have further engagement with basic education on that. So next slide. So that second pillar in there about social obligation. I don't want to go through it, but we just want to understand what is the difference between universal obligation and social obligation. So universal obligation is a mandatory stipulation imposed on operators, licensees requiring network rollout facilities. So ICASA imposed different types of obligations to licensees. When they come to license conditions, they will say that your uplink and your downlink must be the speed, your throughput must be like this. From there will be some social obligation. So social obligation is to meet certain economic and legal responsibilities of the operator. So that's coming from there. So from the IMT spectrum license, So this was actually given to the ITA of the specification. So we again talk about, I wanted to, concentrate on 2 points. The first bullet under the main bullet, a license assigned spectrum through the auction process will be required to zero rate all the mobile content provided by the public benefit organizations, including the gov.za website. So this is going to be applicable for the education sector, because if your education websites either in the gov.za or any of the PBOs, their websites has to be zero rated by the licensees. Remember, in COVID-19, we actually started with a zero rating project, but when the the act was repealed on the disaster management, we couldn't actually insist that the licensee could actually continue with the zero rating. But now ICASA is coming up with a new obligation. So my understanding is that this will be implemented soon. That means all the websites which was under the COVID-19 should be able to continue with the zero rating with this new obligation from ICASA. Then we say that, you have to connect public service institutions as follows: public schools, 18,500 schools. So the word connect, we just keep that in mind. What does it mean? But before we go in there, a quick look at who is going to do this connectivity. So based on the size of the spectrum received by the different licensees or operators, so this is the way it's going to be. Vodacom got the highest size of the spectrum, so they are going to get more or less 33% of the total number of institutions will go to them. And next one is MTN, then it's actually Telkom, then Rain, then Salsi, and then it's Liquid. So this is the way the operators are going to be asked to connect. So then a quick one. So this is an area where, as a department, ICASA asked us to say, define the word connectivity afterwards. It was not on the ITA. So from the department, we use the SA Connect speed, which should be not less than 10 megabits per second. And we said they should maintain the connectivity and the services for the duration of the spectrum license period. The last spectrum license is given for 20 years. That means they must continue with that connectivity for the next 20 years. And we also said everybody must get to 2 wireless access points for the distribution of the service. So the maintenance, there is some new development in that, so I don't want to say exactly how many years, but that's going to come up also. There will be so many years of free maintenance on that network. And we are requesting uncapped data free of charge to all the institutions. And end user devices, which is not applicable under the word connectivity. So just quick, this thing, the project is showing as red. That means the status is red because one thing is that ICASA didn't finalize the terms and conditions of the obligation set with licensees, but one of the reasons they are saying that they didn't get the list of institutions from beneficiary departments, so that's one of the areas where we are actually lacking, or we are behind our project timeline. So we actually engaged with the DBE in December 2022, early December, and then DBE said they will form a task team and working on specification for school connectivity. And specification and the list of schools will be submitted in January 2023. I think we are still waiting for that from DBE side. So the last slide I want to show that, this is what we received from provinces. So the first line talks about schools. So we actually received the school list from most of the provinces. I think Northwest is showing there, but I think they were given tasking order to CETA, but I think that will come back to the pillar of social obligation. So we got more or less around 16,000 schools from provinces. So we, according to our ITA, it's about 18,500, but yeah, we will talk about that. So the last thing is, like I said, all these things, what are other things we are supporting on the side of ICT and in the education sector? Like I said, zero rating. During COVID time, we actually supported zero rating of educational websites. So DB is around 500 and higher education around 700 websites were zero rated. On top of it, there was something called a virtual classroom. I think when everybody was talking about ICT, I think a DBE has got a good example of 17 classrooms in 17 schools, which talk about, like there is broadcasting equipment, laptops for all grade 12 learners, smart classroom solutions, including platforms were given. So this was actually coming from the obligations of 5 licensees which received a free spectrum during COVID-19. So those classrooms are already implemented, but these classrooms from a network point of view will be supported only for 17 months from the date of confirmation of the deployment. So I think basic education can give more information, because that is a very good example of how ICT can be used for teaching and learning, and where the important point is why we need broadband connectivity. I think that brings to the end of my presentation so quickly. So I think I'll wait for the questions. Thank you. Sorry for taking more than 10 minutes.
So thank you very much, colleagues, more specifically our presenters. So this is how I want us to proceed, right? So there are I think there are 3 guiding questions, right? Can somebody project them on the screen? All right. So the understanding is that there's a lot which has been done, right? So we're not going to tap on those, right? So there is a work which has already been done. I mean, so to try and address or to respond to some of these questions, right? And so what I want us to do is to try and sort of identify the gaps that you think might still be there, so the challenges, right? So for example, how can basic education align ICT strategies and interventions for inclusivity, access, equity, and redress? All right. Of course, yes. I mean, so we also need to align ourselves with some certain focus areas. One, look at how we have responded to this particular focus area, connectivity, right? In line with this particular question, right? 2, in terms of the infrastructure, right? So do we have the infrastructure relevant out there to assist to respond to question number 1? Three, the people who are supposed to deliver, do they have expertise? The teachers, do they have expertise? In other words, so the integration of ICT, right, so in teacher education. So how do you address that? All right? So our responses so will help us so to come up with certain recommendations. So we should perhaps will present so to the bigger audience so tomorrow. That is, as commission number 3, so this is how we have responded so to some certain gaps, challenges that we have identified, all right? So this is our recommendations. I don't know whether it will be new recommendations or maybe it will be, I don't know, I mean, so maybe in previous Lokhotlas or whatever, I mean, so we might have had so similar recommendations, but it's about the implementation, all right? 2, how can the country overcome the barriers of online learning and teaching? All right. Of course, yes, I mean, so a lot has been done. A lot of work has been done. The understanding is that, so for the mere fact that so this question keeps on popping up, so there are some challenges which still need to be addressed. There are some gaps which still need to be addressed. Number 3, what ICT policy reforms and considerations are needed to provide quality education so to all? I think so this must be capital letters, to all, to emphasize that, right? Okay. So there's some experts, I mean, so in the room, and so colleagues did some presentation, you did a presentation, so we'll tap on your presentation, you'll guide us. Right? And so another colleague, so from communication, so did a presentation, so we'll tap on your knowledge, your experience, and so you'll guide us. You did a presentation, right, so we'll tap on your experience, your expectations. You spoke about collaborations, partnership, right? And so we'll see maybe how best so can integrate some of the suggestions so to become part of our recommendations. Okay, let's start with question number 1. Let's start with question number 1. How can the basic education align ICT strategies and intervention for inclusivity, access, equity, and redress? In other words, so for those colleagues who are capturing some notes, right? I think, so we'll have one column, the research questions, all right? So those research questions, so the second column, so some suggestions, all right? So the third column, recommendations. Let's talk, let's engage these questions. You don't have. All right, so we trying to respond to the first question, right? Yeah, the first question.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to respond on the first question, aligning myself basically on 2 and 4, access and redress, because that's where there is more challenge. The funding model of our schools nationally, it's not equal. I don't know whether what does the Treasury do on the allocations, but you realize that when you are talking about the ICT for it to be functionally, at the current moment, it's more relevant in Gauteng and Western Cape, if we want to be realistic. In other provinces, they are still struggling in terms of infrastructure. You check at Gauteng, where they are already using smartboard and tablets for connectivity, trying to connect. The only thing that will be needed is only for Wi-Fi and the like. Those gadgets are vulnerable to be stolen, easily so, except that they will be monitored and the like. Now, I think what is more important is for us to try and the Department of Education to make sure that there is infrastructure provided with the security. It might not be rolled out at the same time. Maybe some few blocks wherein there will be this circulation, this rotation in terms of timetabling at a school, so that they start to get used to this ICT bit by bit, because it cannot be done at once. I think won't be realistic. The issue which I think it is going to assist on all those other things. The issue of inclusivity and equity, I think it will definitely falls in. We understand there are other institutions, other schools, which apart from the department, they are well funded by their parents, especially those schools that are not in townships and villages. They are well funded, not only by the department, by their parents, by their companies. Everybody is focusing there. Maybe we need also to come up with policy, especially when it comes to ICT, so that we go outside the scope, the inner city, we go to the village as we close in. I was happy at the first presentation about about Sibanye coming in. You check, they are starting in from rural area in northwest and the like. That in itself, it will assist us so that we go the base, at least the base of South Africa will be having ICT in some of the areas. Then we'll be closing all the gaps. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Zulu. I happen to serve in the SGB, where is it what you call a full ICT school. But I must admit, Chairperson, to say, though it calls a full ICT school, but in terms of connectivity, it has been forever a challenge. Until then, we have what we call VUMA network. I'm sure the Gautengers will understand what I'm talking about. The VUMA network that came toward the end of last year, and that did really help us a lot. I'm just covering the access point of view also. And there you come to the tablet that our kids are using. Seemingly, my comrade there has spoken a very powerful word in terms of companies coming on board to be helping schools, to adjust to the totally quality gadgets that our children supposed to use, but the one the department is giving our children to via these contracted companies, it's a mess. They come as new as they are, no charges until May. Remember, it has a textbook inside, right? There's no charger. So how the child is going to access the textbooks? Until then, as HGB, we decided maybe let's start with a grade 12 to buy textbooks in case a learner had a challenge with the tablet that has been taken back to the company to be fixed. Now lately the company said if you smash the tablet in terms of the screen point of view, you as a parent, you are going to pay for it. Only the software issue that we are going to cover. We have no choice, we have to agree. But also, it's another challenge. That tablet has been taken again for almost 4 to 5 months. Some parents as SGB, we don't know that the child tablet has been confiscated. After 6 months only then, the parent, hey, Mr. Zulu, my child tablet has been taken and no textbooks, no nothing. Now, I'm addressing also the challenges that we as parents in the governing body, some issues are hidden from us that are challenging to other children that we may not even know that that tablet has been taken. I remember the principal is in charge, but some of them, they are not doing the right thing for the sake of our children. And maybe I have addressed such important issues for now. Let me give other colleagues then. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So let me put you on track again, right? So our focus, or something that we need to respond to, right? It's inclusivity, access, equity, and redress. Okay? So I was just reading something very interesting here. Let me just quickly read it to you. How do we ensure that learners in multi-grade classrooms, learners with special education needs, as well as learners in hard-to-reach communities who live far away from major ICT infrastructure developments are not at risk of being forgotten? Okay? So I want us to sort of align ourselves to this particular powerful statement, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Before I make a point, I think, according to the program, Chair, we're supposed to have reflected on the strategies or the recommendation of the previous Lekutla. I'm not sure if it is possible for us to do that. Otherwise, I see us, reinventing the wheel, going back as if there was nothing that was done before. It's rather we look at what was recommended, what we've been able to do, and how can we strengthen areas where we could not do anything. Otherwise, we can become another thinking tank and come up with new strategies, which are not really new. They've been there before, but they are not implementable. So I'll refrain from making any further input until I get a response on this one. Thank you.
In fact, it's how I started my discussion. So the understanding was, so there's a lot of work which has been done, right? So there are some strategies maybe which have been put in place, right? But for the mere fact that, so these questions are coming up, right? So that tells us that, so there are still some challenges, there are still some gaps. That's my understanding, all right? Of course, yes. So we can project maybe what has been achieved around that question, right? But so for a mere fact that so this Lekgotla of 2023, all right? So they're still coming up with these questions, all right? So that tells us that so there are some challenges, there are some gaps, all right? So that still need to be attended to and addressed. That's my understanding. Are you answering that? Oh, we can project. We can project the strategies, we can project what has been achieved, all right? But so the question is, why the department, why the government is still bringing up so these questions? If maybe they've achieved some of the things, so what we want in this room. So you can as well, call this session off. So what we want in this room, all right? Do you hear what I'm saying, all right? So meaning that so there are a number of challenges out there, all right? So there's still a challenge around connectivity. So there's still a challenge around equity, access, all right? And number of teachers out there, all right? So they lack skills, they lack expertise. So all those things, so they still need to be addressed. So those are the challenges.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christy Swift. I'm part of the eCube team. One of the things that I wanted to comment on is if you think about the focus of the Lekgotla this year, has all been around entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial training. But just some of the comments that were made by speakers this morning about how digital learning is important to be digitally fit, future-focused, future-fit, the use of technology as a way to liberate access. If we really are wanting to solve the ICT issues of inclusivity, access, in my opinion, we need a Lekgotla that's focused just on that. It needs an entire systemic approach to try and resolving this. If we really believe that this is important, then we need to resource it, capacitate it adequately. The one thing that I did want to comment on from last year's Lekgotla, and thank you for raising around what the gains were from there, but radio was suggested as a means of scale, and I did want to ask what had been done from a radio perspective to reach people who might not ever have access to cell phones, to computers. If we're thinking about ICT, why are we just thinking about laptops? Why aren't we thinking about WhatsApp, text-based solutions, and other things like that, like a low-tech solution for our context? And I just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you.
That's interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Let me try to establish. Mr. Nkosi, you were saying, let's take last year's report with all those recommendations and check progress with regard to each of those resolutions. was that what we do have last year's recommendations and the progress on each of those areas that we had. But like Prof was saying, the office of the DG gave us these questions to respond to. These 3 questions. And in responding to them, we have to anchor them on something. And we have agreed as a sector that we've got 4 broad areas, at least 4 broad areas. There are more than that. But the 4 that we work on, 1, we check on connectivity because we accept that connectivity is key and that schools must be connected. So the question here says, what strategies and interventions should we employ as a sector to ensure that there is connectivity that ensures inclusivity, access, equity, and redress? What strategies should we adopt? We have the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies presented a plan on how the department is planning to ensure that the 18,500 schools are connected. We just sent Project Isizwe as another way of saying there are other partners who are in the space, and some of them you know them. This was just an example of saying there is this. What else is there that can ensure that we intervene to ensure that, like Prof was saying, as we talk about this, those learners who are in far to reach areas, how do we ensure that they are not left out, which is the issue of inclusivity, the issue of redress. Somebody was talking about Western Cape and Gauteng being ahead. What are we doing with everybody else to ensure that we redress these inequalities? And that is only around connectivity. The same thing would go to, Prof was talking about teachers. How ready are our teachers? And what strategies and interventions should we put in place to ensure inclusivity, access, equity, and redress when it comes to the issue of teacher preparation for ICT integration? And you know, the third one is what? Digital content development and distribution. How do you ensure that there is content? How do we develop? How do we access it? How do we ensure that every child, not only children in the cities or in the townships, have this content? Because then we are not addressing issue of access. We are not addressing issue of inclusivity. If content is only available to a few in the country. And the fourth one is what? I spoke connectivity, teacher provision, yeah, and infrastructure. That includes devices and all that, and the SGB touched on the issue of the devices and all that. And once we have answered that first question on all those, then we come to the second question. Each of these 4 pillars, we answer this second question, because that is what DG would want us to address. But the important thing that Mr. Elijah Nkosi spoke about is that let us not forget that we come into this Lekgotla with previous recommendations. How far are we in terms of implementing those recommendations? The warning that it is giving is that every Lekgotla we might come up with new recommendations. And the old recommendations, they just disappear into history. And we just emerge every Lekgotla with new recommendations, which is a very valuable point to say, let's keep our eye on what we said previously. And how far are we in terms of implementing that. And I think maybe one thing that we may have to do, colleagues, is to share that progress report that we shared with the office of the DG, which we've been populating, by the way, with provinces. That's what we've been doing. These recommendations, provinces have been making their inputs into, and we may need to share that report. But for now, I was going to say, maybe the way Prof is leading us in trying to address the issues that the office of the DG is asking us to respond to. My recommendation to you, and we're not imposing this on you, my recommendation is that let us follow on that, on those 3 questions that we must respond to. When you go back to plenary, and that on those 4 broad areas, there are other areas that are cross-cutting, and are not just connectivity, teacher ICT integration, and an issue of funding, because funding is cross-cutting. Whether you're talking connectivity, whether you're talking teacher ICT integration, whether you're talking digital content acquisition and distribution, funding is cross-cutting. And there's partnerships. Partnerships is also cross-cutting. Who are we working with when you talk about connectivity? Who are we working with when you talk about training of teachers? Who are we working with when you talk about it? So partnerships is cross-cutting as well. It touches on all those issues. That is my recommendation, but we will hear from you, because I didn't want us to get trapped in last year's Lekgotla and only reflect on what we spoke about last year. But we must not forget what we committed. Like Dr. Kumalo in her opening remarks, when she gave a reflection of last year's recommendation, she said some of the commissions wrote the recommendations as though they are a 1-year project, whereas this is a multi-year undertaking. There's no way that you could finish connectivity in 1 year. It's a multi-year undertaking. So the point that is raised by Mr. Elijah Nkosi, very critical. Otherwise, we'll end up every year coming up with a new set of recommendations. We don't know what happened to the previous ones. My recommendation is that maybe let us go as Prof is. I was just telling the scribes to say the first 2 colleagues who commented, valuable points, but they were touching on everything. The SGB chairperson spoke about connectivity. He spoke about devices that were given by the department through the tender, and then other that came and all that. And I was saying, let us just follow them as they're talking, and as you capture, you will put this in the right basket as they're talking. But it would help if we just stick to one issue, we deal with it, we close it. Or especially that first question, all the 4 areas. Let's respond to that first question, and then once we are done with it, we then move to the next. We come back to those questions. We satisfy ourselves that we have answered them. But if there's any other thing that you'd like to raise, just throw it, hoy into the basket. That is my recommendation, Prof. Thank you.
Can I also make you aware of something here, right? You participated in Lekgotla last year, right? But I mean, so if I don't know whether it's last year or year before, but I mean, so if you look at this topic, it says education transformation through the use of ICT post COVID-19. It's important, right? Post COVID-19. So what have you learned during COVID-19? All right. What were the challenges? Here we are, post COVID-19. All right. I know. I mean, so some universities. So Kulin, of course, yes. I mean, run exams, number of universities, right? So they were just caught pens down, right? So we're the only, or I think 1 or 2, 3 universities which managed to, right? So to conduct exams, but it was a challenge. So for a number of universities, not only in our country, but around the world, globally. Right. So what have you learned? What have you learned post-COVID-19? Right. How do we ensure that there is accessibility? So to ICT, based on the challenges, based on our experiences. Equity. Of course, yes. I mean, so those affluent schools managed to run online learning and teaching, right? But what about, so those number of schools, so which are in the rural areas, they couldn't, right? So I present here, so suggested things such as, so bring on board the private sector, partnership, collaborations. Wanted to say something?
My name is Mokoena Azwindini from Limpopo Province, Mopani West District. In our area, I can say only those former Model C have already started with the ICT integration in the classroom. But moving forward, in order to answer the first question, since the department is saying 18,000 are targeted for the development of the ICT, I would like the department to first target the big enrolled school in a rural area so that they cover the majority of the population. I also want to extend to say when they build this infrastructure, like he said, there should be a security. There must also be a maintenance plan, because we have learned we will build the big schools, nice schools, and the learners are few, they cannot even maintain that building. So if you build this infrastructure, let's also have a maintenance plan to maintain. And also, those in deep rural area, they're still struggling with the connectivity. And if we need to have a backup to say if the electricity is not there. So which means when we build this infrastructure, there should be also maybe a solar panel to be a backup so that it must not disturb the teaching and learning. Because once we started and we don't have a future plan, it's like we will be stuck. And again to the SITA. You see, if we need to have, these schools have to do a call out because the system is no longer working. They also need to have a plan, a rapid response plan on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, so valuable contribution. Mr. Nel spoke about, I think, procurement, vehicle, so something like that. I mean, so the picture that you projected on the screen, right? So can you elaborate just a little bit on that? I mean, so I think it will tell well with what so the lady have just said. It's part of, maybe it's part of, I don't know, I mean, so part of the recommendations.
So it's an entire ecosystem. We cannot focus only on one thing. Even if we've got access, but the pupils have got access to porn. How do we deal with that? Then we just say this is a bad model. So it's a real balance between different factors. We're sitting with very little money that we need to stretch as far as possible, but at the same time we don't want the device to break. Theft is a huge problem. Theft can be as much as 50% of all devices that's being deployed. So what we need to do is to do things that's easy in the beginning. For instance, having branding on the device. It's not costly, but it immediately deters people's, and it makes the students less vulnerable that somebody wants to steal the device. But I think there's challenges for us is the pupil going to take the device home? Is the device going to remain only at school? School likes the government likes to asset tag everything. But what do we do with that asset tag? The other thing is curriculum integration, or what's blended learning. Pupils 4IR is very difficult for everybody. 4IR is a new field for everybody. The pupils will learn with the teacher. Yes, we had the Intel teacher program, and we had all of those other programs in the past. And there's a lot of teachers that's out there that's learned. But the pupils know the smartphones, and they know how to utilize smartphones. It shouldn't be not smartphones, it's Android. The other matter is the matter of control what's happening, monitoring it. I heard from one of the people saying that the tablet has been gone for a few months. So if we've got monitoring tools at the back end to monitor what's happening with the device, to when the pupils come with their books, what do we do if the book has got a license agreement, and that license agreement expires after a few years? So perpetual licenses, it's a concept, perpetual licenses. If we can ensure that all books are perpetual books, I know they might get outdated, but at least you're sitting with that license. That license is not gone after 3 years and you need to start paying for a new license. The department has got plenty of PDF content. I know it's static, but at least that content can be made available in an offline server. So in the deep rural area where there's no connectivity and we've got a server with a Wi-Fi access point, we've got the ability so that the pupils can access that content. And I think the department has already embarked on that. Dr. Mothobi, etc., worked very hard on those things. So we've made provision for things like that. But we need to plan for it. We need those business drivers. And we need to try and find the balance where there are opposing business drivers, like the example I've mentioned of freedom to have the internet, but at the same time how to control, or the device, to protect the device and to sustain this, so this is long term. What do we do? Devices typically last 2 to 3 years for the device, and then the device somebody might say, oh, the device is old. How are we going to extend those life expectancies of the devices so that we can pass those devices onto a future generation if there's not enough money? And how do we extend the phone? The phone is such an important thing. I've tried to look up the latest stats. There's at least, and in 2019, there was at least 22 million smartphones in the country. I know there's more SIM cards in the country than there are people in the country. In other words, each individual, the average individual in South Africa has got more than one SIM card. And those are the important factors that we need to take into consideration in designing such a strategy. Thank you very much, Prof.
All right. So the DG said, so the department is planning to roll out ICT to a number of schools, right? And so a colleague over there suggested how that should be approached, maybe the starting point, right? So which schools maybe should be targeted, right? And so another colleague somewhere raised an issue of theft, right? So how do we deal with that? So before you can even think of, right? So rolling out, so these devices, this infrastructure, whatever, all right. So how are you going to deal with it? So that's where you come in. So in terms of, so this is what we are recommending, right? These are the challenges which are likely to be there: theft, burglary, and all those sort of things, right? And so how do we deal with that, all right? So how do we help the department so to ensure that so whatever devices, infrastructure which has been provided to the school is kept intact, is protected?
I thought I will not, my name is Claude Chimanika from the Northern Cape. I thought I will not speak, but mine is just to assist the process to move forward, because I have a sense that we are turning in circle. I'm not suggesting that everything that has been said is perfectly correct. I must underline that. But just to wrap it up in answering the first question, I took note from one of the speakers in the main plenaries there. I can't remember which speaker was that, but I took a peek. It was a topic, if not a main topic, but one of the subtopic in the presentation that was given, where the subtopic was complexity of system transformation, demand a strategic entry point. I repeat, complexity of systems transformation, demand strategic entry point. And the first point to that, and I'm only going to talk about that one, the first one, which I think that is what is the answer to this, is policies are the first strategic entry. Policies are the first strategic entry point. Is the answer. Everything that has been said here should find expression in a policy. In a policy. The question of ICT strategies and intervention for inclusive access equity, there's nothing new there. For some of us, or those who know about White Paper 7, which is the only policy that governs the ICT integration in this country, is more about that, about inclusivity, access, equity, and because if you check when that policy was drafted, it was right after the transition to democratic South Africa. So the answer is there. But on top of that answer, the policy, what is missing in the room is what DBE knows. There is no policy, a strategy to give effect to that policy. So we should have, like all the propositions that have been given here, have a strategy, a strategic document for connectivity, for school connectivity. It will give answers. All these points will find expression. How do we deal with schools that are rural? They will find expression in that policy, in that strategic document, which really the country need, the department needed at this point. To add to that, I will read to you what another commission, Commission 1, which to me relates to this point that we are talking about. Key recommendation is coming from Commission 1. One of them, because I'm not going to read everything, says, in order to equip learners with 21st century and so forth, the second bullet, in addition, the DBE must set the minimum standard for teacher competency and ensure that higher education adopt and comply to the standard. That is what we are saying. We need to have standard. And standard with teeth, not policies that do not have consequences. They call them symbolic policies. Symbolic policies are policies that are driven or are written to please the masses, so that the masses who are toy-toying can just keep quiet. But consequence policies, material consequence policies, are policies that have teeth. If you don't do this, there will be consequences. That is what has been missing. And I believe in this point, in answering to the question, that is what we should do. We should push the department to make sure that we do have a strategic document in terms of connectivity. And I can go on and on. If I look at what the Department of Communication presented, because there is no policy, the colleague from Sizwe, yeah, you could see disparities. Why? Because there is no document that governs us. In what Miriam presented, you could see some point there where she speaks, she says, the Department of Communication role is to support the DBE to connect. Yet the DBE is saying the Department of Communication should connect schools. Why that? Because there is no a document that's really governed. And then we are just running around, we will be talking all these things. We will not get to where we want to get. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So when you conduct research, right, whether you're doing quantitative or qualitative, right, so to ultimately come to some certain conclusions and recommendations, right? So you must collect the data. So what we're trying to do here, I mean, so we're collecting data, right? So that we can come up with what the gentleman is talking about, right? So we cannot just impose policies, right? So you must collect the data from you, right? So you're helping us with the data. We're going to analyze that particular data, all right, and come up with a document. So I want us to quickly move to the second question. And
about the second question. Yeah. I've been raising my hand for a long time, and when I thought a colleague from Limpopo, I thought I was going to be next, and thanks for paving a way. The gentleman didn't recognize me, but I forgive you. I'm going to go to the first. I think I recommend that we go forward. Whatever it is, let's answer this because it's a mandate. We have to report back. Not the gentleman that spoke about the recommendations of last Lekgotla, still very important, but we may not discuss it here, but we still have to know where are we, yes, please. All right, let me try. I want us not to make a mistake of thinking that inclusivity means that there are others that are in, now we must bring everyone in. I'm a teacher at a former Module C school. We don't have gadgets. So inclusivity mustn't mean you exclude former Module C schools. Please note that. I'm a teacher at France du Toit High School. We don't have that. Yes, learners are paying, but we don't have that. There are rich Module C schools out there. I'm not going to mention names. She knows, she's from Limpopo. Ben Foster, they've got hostels and all that. France du Toit, we don't have that. And I'm not talking only for my school. I'm talking for other. Let's roll out the tablets to all schools. That's one. We need to train teachers. Like I said, I'm a spokesperson of the ICT strategic plan in Limpopo. There are teachers who don't even know how to switch on a laptop, and it's not a joke. They can't send an email. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know, most of them are old. If you can just give them patience and they go on patience so that we can train the youngsters so that the investment may be long term. I'm not saying we must do that, but I'm saying we need to retrain. We need to retrain teachers, but strategically, who do we train? The youngsters that can be a long-term solution, or people that will be trained today and next year they go on pension. So 2 things, retraining and also less inclusivity. Do not exclude us. Do not exclude the so-called rich schools. We are not rich. Thank you, sir.
So thank you. Oh. It's this gentleman, and so it will be after.
Professor Mokoena. No, that is why I allow him to be first, okay, so that he can. You wanted him? So no. Okay. The first one. I think some of the points, Prof. My name is Patrick Eric Mahlangu. I'm from Mpumalanga, Kwaggapat, in an association. I'm deployed in Gauteng. I think one of the things, Prof, that needs a serious attention. They spoke about the teachers to be trained. I think also the DPE, together with Department of Higher Education, those that have an interest or that will go into teaching, they can also put I don't know where they will say it, ICT or computer and so forth as one of the subjects, so that you won't have a problem with somebody that goes to teaching but he doesn't know how to deal with computer and other gadgets. Number 2, they spoke of focusing on rural areas. I think that one can be piloted, and also let's focus on issue that I understand that schools are quintile 1 and 2, 3 and 4, but when we talk of ICT, phase out the issue of quintiles, because quintile 5 and 4 are going to be deprived, because the focus will be on quintile 1, 2, 3, those that the government is funding them 100% so. And also, I think the Department of Basic Education must get more than one institution that will assist teachers that are already on their database for training. Because focusing on one Metukoni that will roam around the entire country is going to be a problem. Or if we're having 2, let's have enough so that every teacher will be there for a training. Remember, teachers are from 7 o'clock until 3 o'clock, they are at school. After schooling hours, they need to focus to their families. We have Saturday classes, others they are having Sunday classes. So you see how busy they are. You need to feature yourself in between, but also be mindful that they need to rest and so forth. That's why we need to work out on that issue, Prof, of checking their spare time and giving them not the pre-cook training, but they need to get the full training, not the one that we normally see when we visit, that how do you know this and that, and they tick, then they leave. We need a proper training for teachers. And I think there's a speaker that spoke of the tablets and so forth and so forth. I think also it's better to spend enough at first so that you can save, than to keep on buying one thing over and over again. The issue of tablets and these smart boards that were started in Gauteng, it was in media that schools that have those facilities were the target when it comes to burglaries. But you find that we don't have any plan of, after putting up that tablet, what are other safety measures they are going to put at school. So I think we also need to focus on that one. And this thing of relying to subs only that will deploy us, they call patrollers, those that are standing there, when they say they start to run away, it doesn't work. We need to put proper safety measures in those schools. Because putting some gadgets that cost 1 billion, after 3 days all are stolen, then it's a futile exercise, it's wasteful expenditure. And also, we also need to put, I think, a tracker on it. Because in Gauteng, when I was looking at those tablets, Zulu, Gauteng, normally those learners, they manage to take out the SIM card that is there, put their own, they start to WhatsApp, to download porn and so forth and so forth. So I think if we have something that, if we go for a gadget, maybe a tablet, it mustn't have a network, a SIM card. I think we must create something that doesn't put a SIM card. And also, in an issue of connectivity, Prof, before I forget, I think one of the presenters, they spoke about that the Vodacom will be there, MTN, Rain, and so forth. The challenge is that in rural areas, we have a challenge of calling a person. You can't find a person over Vodacom or MTN network. There's others, they're supposed to go on top of a mountain, others, they must go down in that. So it's a challenge. So I think this we need to focus on saying, if we want to see best of it, we need to come up with a way of these 4 or 5 network companies to work in one tower, that will be, or more than one tower, servicing them. And also don't forget, we have a challenge of ESCOM. We have challenge of ESCOM, and those batteries that are there, they are also a target as well. We need to put a proper safety measures. When we put, solar panels. We also need, when we go for solar panels, we make sure that nobody will be able to go down and be able to take them. So those are the forecasts that I can present for now. I said my name is Patrick Eric Mahlango from United Front for School Governing Bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So I wanted to quickly respond to, or maybe just to share some views around training of teachers. Whether that should be approached from on-site training, or should teachers be allowed to attend some workshops? By on-site training, I mean, so here is a resource person in the school or 2. Here is a computer lab, right? And so these teachers are trained on-site. I'm just throwing that, I mean, so to you, but I mean, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Pule is my name. I'm from DBE. I think the issue of ICT in South Africa is going in circles. And my experience tells me that we are trying to do all the things at the same time. We're trying to do connectivity, provision of devices, we're trying to do teacher training, we're trying to integrate teaching and learning at the same time. We deal with the issues of security and theft. But my view, after all these years of thinking about ICT, is that the sector must say, we're going to provide every provincial official, every district official, every teacher with a proper laptop or tablet. Because now here we are talking providing learners, but that some districts don't have these devices. Some teachers don't have. Now, if I'm a teacher, you give this to my learners, you are causing trouble for me. That's why I'm going to lock them up there, put in my boot, because my children are going to be able to manipulate that more than me. So to be safe and not be embarrassed and waste time, let me put this up. So my view is that it says 2 years, we make teaching an exciting period. We give them connectivity. We've got a wireless in every school, wireless in every district office. As you said, my brother, it's very difficult to communicate with provincial coordinators. Now, the number one thing we must do right, let's give everybody the device and the connectivity. We may, as a sector, to say, to make sure that you take responsibility, you will pay for the insurance of this device, so that if it's stolen or damaged or broken, you then get, through insurance, you can then get a new one. That would be my suggestion. Anything that we are saying here, some schools are ahead, some are behind. We are a society. It's like that. Some people are rich, some are poor. So for me, it's as a sector, we take a decision as a sector to say, SITA, connect all the provincial offices, give them wireless, all the districts, all the circuits, all the schools. Teachers, this is a program for you. Principal, this is a software for principal. This is a software administration. This is a software for head of the department. This is software for teaching who are teaching maths and science. This is for teaching accounting. So everybody has got the tools. Because if something helps me, I'm likely to use it to help other people. And we'll just strengthen, alone with that, we'll strengthen administration. Then we can talk about how do we then use this. Of course, we'll have teachers who are retired, who are old, who don't want to learn, is fine. They can retire in peace. But there will be some people over time, as we get new teachers and we're providing this in a period of 3 to 5 years, you'll have a system that is connected, the system that is able to communicate online and visually, all the training of meetings and all these things will be able to happen. That will be my only recommendation. Any other thing that we say, it's important, but we must prioritize. Thank you.
So I'm not sure as to whether teachers who are on the verge of retiring should also have an access to ICT or gadgets or stuff like that. I don't know. So maybe it might be a wasteful expenditure. Okay. So you have been raising up your hand and that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. My name is Isaac Mosula, and I am from the Deaf South Africa, South African Deaf Association, SANDA. So with regards to the program, I see that there is also a good review. Maybe if we would have sign language interpreters, because I see there's a lot of barriers in terms of online and learning online. So maybe we can try and develop the program in terms of what we've learned from COVID. So some students were staying at home, some were able to learn from at home, but there were a lot of barriers in terms of the technology and connectivity. So if maybe we can partner with associations or organizations that do have the services, maybe we can be able to provide for the deaf children as well. And also maybe if we can have videos. If you have maybe someone presenting, can also have a video of someone signing for the deaf learner so that they can understand what is being done. As much as this is being done in class, but there were a lot of people who were left out, deaf people who were left behind because of communication. So this also will need the resources, as it has been mentioned. And maybe if you find that the children were at home, but the resources were left at school, so there was no accessibility for them. So maybe this opinion can also cover what is being discussed. Sorry, thank you.
So thank you very much. So the gentleman at the back there.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Dumelan le kae. Reading. Unfortunately, Nagimusuto Akhala, I have to greet you before I speak. I'm Tebo Pakwa from the Free State, and I'm going to suggest two things that can help us. And the first one for me is a database. We have seen that colleagues have been speaking here and giving us what the projects are doing in different provinces, in different districts. And we need to have a database that tells us how many schools do we have in each district, how many are already connected, how many are not connected, how many are having access to network. Somebody talked here about schools or areas where you have to climb a mountain. Which ones are there? How much is going to cost us to assist those that are there? Where are the other schools that are having access? What kind of access do they have? How many teachers do you have? One colleague here talked to issues of us when we train, having a package for principals, having a package for accounting teachers, for all these different kind of teachers. That means starting with the database, that then gives us a picture of what kind of a challenge are we faced with? How many teachers will have to support? How many schools? Then we can start talking to the finances related to the resources of those schools. How many schools will then have to resource? And that then will also give us a picture of how long the process will take us. But also included to that is the kind of a model that we have to use. The model will then tell us, some of us said, let's start training these people first. Let's start training this one group first. But we need to decide on a model to say this is the model that we are going to follow when we implement this program. When we implement the training of teachers, supporting schools. With that model, talks to what that gentleman there was talking to in terms of policy and strategy. Our strategy is this one. This is where we are going to start. We are going to start with the following. But related to that also will be the issue of making sure that as we provide the resources, how do we also provide the manpower to maintain and provide technical support? Sometimes we provide gadgets to schools. And when they are there, when we try to use them, when we try to implement or use the programs, some of us are not technically advanced in addressing some of the problems that are there. So when we talk to that strategy, we also have to talk to issues like that in terms of infrastructure, in terms of human resource. So for me, the key issue for us to start with is, let's start with the database of what do we have currently in South Africa, which partnerships are there, what kind of partnerships are operating there, what are the schools getting, how many people are there, how many learners are involved, how many teachers, because with data, we can then be able to say, we have taken 2 steps. Earlier, the DG indicated to us that we have already provided connectivity to some of the farm schools, 300, and we are left with. With that data, then we are able to say we are moving forward. We can then come to the next Lokhota and say, out of the for 15,000 schools, for example, that we wanted to cover, we have already covered 5. We are left with 7. So with that in mind, colleagues, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I think Paul touched on that, right? But so there's a lot of I would say books, journals, research which was carried out by Human Sciences Research Council, right? So on ICT in schools, some challenges and stuff like. So that information it is there. And it's abundant, it's there, it's in the libraries. You go to Human Sciences Research Council, you'll get a lot of information. You go to universities, you'll get a lot of information, right? So around what's happening in the country, all right? What are the challenges in schools in terms of access to ICT, equity, how do we respond to that? Connectivity. Teachers who are experiencing some challenges in terms of making sense out of the use of ICT, all right? So you wanted to say something so that we can move quickly. I think so. There are a number of suggestions so which were provided by a number of colleagues around so that particular question, right? So they will also help so colleagues who are capturing or taking some notes, all right? So maybe so to quench some of those challenges and see if maybe they can't be used as.
I wanted to respond to your question around how the modality of teacher training could work. Is it appropriate?
Okay.
So we have trained now about 150,000 teachers and teaching assistants online. So we have a lot of data around how people are learning online and how to train teachers. So I think when we're talking about ICT as well, there are many different areas in this. There's training the teachers to use a computer, as an example, or Excel, there's skills like that around training. There's also training teachers to use technology in their classrooms, and then there's capacitating learners to know how to use a tablet or a laptop and those things around there. So quite a bit for us to discuss there. I'm just going to touch on the teacher training component. What we found is a cascading model generally is better for our capacitation. We can't be in every school, but what we can do is capacitate the provinces and the districts to then go in and train teachers. Not one model fits everything either. So you give a template for them to customize to your own context. There would be certain mandatories, but there should be the freedom to be able to customize any kind of training that we're doing, whether it's ICT or whatever, for that specific context. The other thing to consider is it's not a once-off training. So we found that a hybrid model works really well. So if you're doing some face-to-face and then online, online training also doesn't mean webinars. So that can be a component of it, but we can't look at online training as a classroom. It has to be asynchronous. You need to be able to go and get what you need when you need it, look at micro-learning units, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the converted here, but these are things for us to consider. The other point I just wanted to say is, when we're talking about digital champions, and it was mentioned in the plenary this morning as well, although there will be people who are coming into the education system who are digital natives, we can't discount people who are older just because they're of their age. We've seen that adoption rates will increase depending on age if you can prove why it's necessary or useful. So let's not discount our older teachers just because of their age. They can be incredibly positive about technology if we can help them understand the best way to use it. And then another thing is to consider being agile in our adoption of this. So can we do smaller tests? Can we iterate and learn on that? And then can we do more testing to find out what model would actually work?
So thank you very much. So two things. So when you're coming forward. So two things. So is that one of online training of teachers, right? So another one is on-site training. Right? On-site training, so with somebody on-site, so who will provide technical expertise. Right? On-site, so all the time in schools, so to provide the support and the technical expertise. So those are some of the suggestions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Colleagues, when it comes to the issue of connectivity, how do we deal with the barrier of cost? Because we know in South Africa, data is very expensive. you can connect the school today, the 18,000 schools, you can connect them today, and then you come a month later, they've been switched off because of the issue of the cost. How do we, what strategies do we put in place to ensure that learners and teachers continue to enjoy the benefits of connectivity? The other issue is, shouldn't we be considering different technologies in deployment of connectivity? We had examples of, I'm interested in knowing how does free Wi-Fi in a school works. I think Project Caesar said you're working with partners, because I always say when they say something is free, it is not necessarily free. Somebody is paying. It may be free to the user, but somebody is paying. How do we leverage on approaches of, I think the examples, the two case studies that you gave is you've got partners who are funders, who are paying for this. How do we take advantage of this, and what lessons can we learn from that? The issue of theft and burglary and losing of tablets, sometimes not just linked to thieves, but linked to weak retrieval systems, where children who've been given devices don't bring them back. And the schools struggle to get these devices back. I think there's a province, and I'm not sure whether it's Gauteng, that out of their own lessons, what they do is that because the lifespan of a gadget is 3 years, when they issue the gadget, they issue it to a child and they say it belongs to you. It's yours. For the next 3 years, you'll be using it. They give it, I think, at grade 10, or they're planning to do that. In grade 10, the whole aim is that by the time they're in grade 12, when they complete their grade 12, they don't have to bring it back because it has lived its life. So creating a sense of ownership, that if this thing is mine, then I will take care of it. I'm not sure how well it is working. I'm not sure what lessons can we learn out of that. As we touched to Mr. Chimaneka, the issues of which policies do we put in place, including retrieval policies and all the policies that are related with issuing and usage and ownership of the devices. So by the time they leave, the gadget has already lived its life, and they always supply them at grade 12. So somehow these learners preserve this because they know it is theirs. This is a process where we are learning continuously, and there are new lessons to come all the time. And Dr. Malapile, your recommendation is noted of saying, let's go big. Let's go big. Let's give everybody, teachers, officials, as well as learners. The lesson that we learned out of that approach is that those who participated in the Operation Pakisa lab way back in 2015, yes. When we came with that aggressive approach, the minister noted that, but he said, where will we get the money to do all that? And hence, the lessons that we also learn, I think, from all provinces, that they take a phased-in approach. A province would identify a group of learners, whether primary school or secondary school or what, and then issue to this group with the whole aim of ensuring that they will then take care of the next cohorts. I'm not sure whether that big bang approach will work. It might be ideal, but we may not have the budgets to do that. So I thought let me just tease what technologies can we use. And the other thing, Prof, as I conclude, there is a narrow way of looking at ICTs or at technology because there is over-obsession with a tablet. Whereas ICTs is very vast. And that would include low-end technologies, like radio, for instance, which is a low-end technology, right up to the high-end technologies that require internet for you to use. I think if we go back to plenary and we are only talking tablets, we might be criticized of being narrow-minded when we look at technology. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, all right. So you just wanted to add on what Mr. Starr said. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I just want to make an addition on inclusivity by saying that the DBE must come up with a common learning management system where if a student or a learner want to access the material on the system, the whole South Africa, grade 8, they should have the same, maybe a dashboard to access the material. And again, I also want to make a suggestion. If the devices can only access the learning material, so that learners cannot download this other stuff on the internet or on the tablet.
I saw a hand back there, right? So I just wanted to come to what D Tlhabane raised. I mean, so the cost of data. So a colleague spoke about exploring the possibility of bringing on board or approaching giants like Vodacom, MTN, so to be part of. Right. So to collaborate with those service providers, it's a question of a partnership and a collaboration, right? And so the other colleagues spoke about. I mean, so here are some schools in the deep rural areas. I mean, so in order to access the internet, I mean, so you must climb the mountain. So which is a challenge, right? And so it throws us back to the challenge of the connectivity, and so again, just sort of to share some lessons how where I'm working, UNISA operates. I mean, so when it comes to things such as data and the gadgets, right? I mean, so some couple of years, so the university used to lease. They're using a lease agreement, right? I mean, so they will sort of maybe enter into an agreement with a particular company, say Dell. I mean, I'm just giving an example, or HP, right? And so you know that, I mean, so after 3 years, I mean, so you take all those PC, I mean, so back to like to HP, I mean, so they give us the latest, all right? After 3 years, so they come and collect, all right? And so they give us, so the new ones, all right? So that's a system that the university has been using, so over a number of years. I mean, so even the companies, I mean, so they're using, so that kind of an approach, I mean, so like cars, I mean, they don't buy cars, right? Even at university, I mean, so university doesn't spend money, I mean, so to buy cars, all right? So they lease, enter an agreement, so with either Toyota or whatever, I mean, so give us 40 cars, 50 cars and stuff like that, right? So after 5 years or so, I mean, so come and take your cars, all right? So give us the new cars, all right? All right. So in other words, I mean, so same applies to printers and stuff like that, right? I mean, it's just, so government enter into an agreement with the business sector and say, I mean, so here you are, for example, can I mention maybe the company? So here you are, Nashua, so can you give us so many printers? I'm just giving an example, right? But in case of schools, I mean, so look, we cannot expect each and every teacher, I mean, so to have an access to a printer. I mean, so you can have a communal printer, all right? So where a learner, a teacher, whatever, I mean, so you just use a code and you print and you go and collect your material, all right? Few printers, I mean, in fact, I mean, so a big, huge printer, all right? But, I mean, so you can only access it, I mean, so if you use a code. So nobody, I mean, so can use it, right? So, I mean, so those are some of the things, I mean, so that the department can look at. So remember, so the university has been for some time in that particular space, I mean, so those are some of the things that, I mean, so we're using, I mean, so besides that, it's a question of data, all right? So we know that, I mean, so as lecturers, I mean, so we get, I think, 100 plus gigabytes of data. I mean, so they've entered in an agreement with so a number of companies. I mean, so Vodacom and stuff like that. I mean, so to provide the data cheap, all right? It's in bulk, cheap, and so it will be loaded. I mean, so it's loaded in our cell phones, all right? So your cell phone must be up to date. I mean, so this is your cell phone, and so say for example, you are an educator, right? So each and every month, I mean, so you will receive maybe 100 gigabytes of data, all right? It will just be loaded, I mean, so to your cell phone, I mean, so to use it, access it, I mean, so communicate with the students, and so at times you don't even finish that. So it's a question of partnership, collaborations. So the government can't do it, the department can't do it alone, right? Partnership and collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to address two things. One is transversal contracts, and the other one is a concern about incomplete projects. So in terms of transversal contracts, I think the transversal contract for education is a brilliant idea. There's a lot of products that's not available on the RFB 740 transversal contract, and we are suffering because it takes months and months of planning and heaps of documents to get procurement done, especially if it's platforms and that type of thing. So I think that's a recommendation that we prioritize the transversal contract for education. The other one is I would like to hear from CETA how often is there a product refresh and a supplier refresh of RFB 740? Because there's a lot of products that are new that can be added to the contract, but I'm not sure what the intervals for product refresh and supplier refresh is. So I think that is also something that we must pay attention to. Then I have a concern, especially with regard to incomplete projects. The Free State has 22 special needs schools. And in 2020, we started with the ICASA obligation rollouts to those special needs schools. There's still 11 schools outstanding, and we now have to submit 803 schools for the second phase, but the first phase is, that previous phase is not completed yet. So I'm a bit concerned about that. Then I would like, if someone can just give me clarity. The 803 schools, we were also requested to submit the names of schools that must be prioritized in year 1 of the second phase, which we've submitted. Is that good enough for this year to get the deployment done? Or should we submit the entire 803 schools? So that's the, and then one last thing, I forgot about this one, is funding. Funding for ICT and connectivity. I think NSNP has set a very good example of having earmarked funds or what is the word that I'm looking for, Mr. Tlhabane? A grant, yes, a grant. So I think a grant for connectivity would also be a good idea. And that we should move away completely from the idea of capped internet connectivity for teaching and learning. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So the other thing which I just wanted to quickly share with colleagues, maybe the department should think of, so remember there are a number of learning management systems out there, right? There are a number of platforms, if I had to put it in that way, right? There are many. So the department needs to decide, right? So to say, so what kind of a learning management system do you want to roll out to all the schools? Like for example, so in our case, so we're using model, right? So that they've got to decide. I mean, so to say, so all the schools will use this particular learning management system. So to upload exams, question papers, so marking, so to be handled online. But that particular learning management system has got to be the same. And then people or teachers be trained around that. But I mean, so if school, I mean, so if each school, I mean, so will come up with its own online and teaching, learning, whatever, I mean, so it will be a lot of confusion, you know what I'm saying, right? But just one learning management system, right? It touches on the issue of standards. Yeah, we as a department and say, okay, fine. I mean, so let's look at this particular like I mean. The model that university is using, I mean, of course, yes, I mean, so they've introduced that not long time ago, right? But so it's working wonders. I mean, so exams are uploaded online, all right? So scripts, assignments, so they are marked online, and so progress, whatever of students, is monitored online. Right, but it's one system. I mean, so the entire staff, over 3,000 plus, I mean, staff, all right. So they're trained around a particular learning management system, right. So that's what the department needs to decide. I mean, so what type of a learning management system that maybe can adopt and roll it out to a number of schools. So it's touching on question number 2 and also question number 3. All right.
Thanks, Prof. I just want to respond to a couple of questions. I think the learning management system is very important. I think there's beautiful platforms. As part of RT39, which was never awarded and never went out on tender, there was 45 suppliers that responded to that RFI. That's government data. We've got that data. It was made available by National Treasury. I think we can share that data, and I think what we need to do is to just scrutinize that data again. I think I've got a research report that I produced at the end of that thing. I just want to talk about a couple of other things, the right partnerships. Don't abuse the suppliers. That's what I want to ask. This industry is very powerful. You guys don't understand how powerful you are. If you're going to demand that 1 million units must be available in country at any point in time, you can demand that. But it's going to cost you. It's going to cost the ICT sector. Be very realistic and careful when you do that. There's another institution that asked for that in one of their bids, and they never awarded that bid. The South African ICT sector sits with thousands of devices that they cannot get rid of. They almost cannot give it away, but they need to recoup that money. In terms of the telecommunications sector, I want to ask something similar, and this talks so much to what our strategy should be. Keep the guys to what they are good at. If it's a telecommunication company, get them to provide connectivity. Don't get them to provide all the devices and everything else. If there's a fiber that running past that school, I think this is something that the ICASA can force companies to do. If one of these telecommunication providers has got fiber next to that school, force them to give a connection point at that school, and let them stop at that fiber termination point. Somebody else that's good at that can take it further, even the department. Let's reuse the money that's in this pool to the optimum. So, and this is not a new thing that I felt. This is something that's burning for me for a long time, that we're forcing companies to roll out special needs schools, but they've got no clue, and they take shortcuts. And at the end of the day, they roll out, this is the cheapest device, let's roll it out to everybody, and the pupils are suffering, and we're getting that feedback from the learners and from the implementers to say there are devices that's been installed that's not appropriate for this environment. So, SANREN. I think the SANREN model is beautiful, and SANREN is the South African National Research. That's the universities, that's the network that the universities are using. Let's optimize on that one. Let's hook onto that. They've got international agreements, roaming agreements, and interconnectivity agreements, where they could get connectivity at almost zero cost. So by utilizing SANREN, you could save a ton of money. And they've also got a lot of experience, and it's government, it's CSR, it's within the family, and yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, so remember, it's also touching on the issue of digitization of the curriculum, right? So at the moment, there's a project that we're running in TVET colleges. So remember, government has a policy called greening TVET colleges. All right. And of course, I mean, so it's like people are frowning. It is there. It's a government policy, all right. But it's happening. I mean, so it's not a new thing. I mean, so in Europe, I mean, so they've actually moved some steps. I mean, so to ensure that curriculum it's the curriculum that they call it greening curriculum, all right. I mean, so we don't use paper. We don't use paper anymore, and so a number of things, exams, so they are conducted online, all right. Monitoring progress of students conducted online, all right. And so some universities like Open UK University, right, So they've got bank of question papers. All right. Bank of question papers. So those are some of the things that, can be considered and explored. Bank of question papers. So here's a student, or here's a learner, so couldn't write the exam, is hospitalized. All right. You tap on the bank of question papers, or wherever she is, so she can access and write the exam online.
Quite interesting discussion. So I will start from the last speaker about the input. It's true, because we ask telecommunication operators or licensees to do out of their expertise. Because I just want to go back to the previous social obligation. We actually asked schools and special needs schools to connect by the 4 licensees, that is Vodacom, MTN, Celsi, and Liquid. So each of them supposed to connect 1,500 schools. That means around 140 special needs schools and 1,360 normal schools, public schools. So that project started in 2014, supposed to be completed in 2019. Vodacom and MTN did most of the schools by that time. But if you go back to those schools, you will see that those devices which gave it to the school is not in use, or it's not in a condition to be used as well. Why? Because we all know that a laptop or a tablet, maximum 5 years of lifespan. After that, it cannot be used in such a way that because license is not working, or so that's why specifically this time in the social obligation we said just connectivity, because we are not going to ask them to do end user devices, because there is a limit. If you ask them to do end user devices, majority of the money will be going into that, and they will give poor connectivity. So we thought about it and said, rather we give proper connectivity with the data, and Department of Basic Education with their IT budget, or or even they can collaborate with other business partners, and then ask them to give devices, either a cheaper cost to the department. There is many ways, many models we can actually use. So that is one of the things which we are saying, that the number of schools we increased, 18,500 schools. Where the number is coming from, it's a different calculation, I'm not going there. But we are hoping that we can even connect all schools, all public schools, because that's the way we are actually now looking at it now, because previous social obligation of this 1,500 times 4 or whatever, they don't have connectivity. Why it failed? Because we said go and connect. They can still prove that there is connectivity, because what they do is they put a dongle there, and then they show that, there is our signal. And there is 2 Wi-Fi hotspots we provided in the school. And yes, they did. ICASA can't go and say that, the licensee didn't complete the social obligation. They've proven. They gave 24 tablets, 2 laptops, 2 printers, whiteboard, all of them in a trolley solution. So that's the model is not going to work. So instead of that, you provide connectivity. Then the next step is data. Now they are not directly, asking department. We are not, because the CASA is a Chapter 9 institute. Independence must be there as a regulator, so we can't influence their decisions. But our feeling is that they are not agreeing to uncapped data, which we can understand, because uncapped is a infinity. We can't give anything in that model. Like you talk about, this is a reverse billing model now universities are using, because university is subsidized in such a way that the billing is coming back to university on a cheaper rate, which model we actually looked at during COVID-19 for higher education. That's why all the students actually got 10 gig of data on their devices, during the COVID period free of charge. Good model. So, unlimited data. Coming back to basic education, and we requested, give us some kind of feeling how much data you need in a school. Do you want a 500 gig? You want a tera? I know different schools got different models. A school with 1,000 children is different from a school with 500 children, learners. But we need to start somewhere to say that this is the model, it's going to work. So again, coming back to what Claude was saying, we need to have some kind of basic document saying that speed of this, data of that, this is the way. Coming back to the LMS, very good question, because when I joined government in 2016, that time, with the Department of Communications, with Telecom and Department of Basic Education, we developed an e-learning platform called ELMS. And because that was one of the big money we received from Telecom, and we developed that. I don't know the state of the ELMS in basic education. Because there is no single learning platform, during COVID-19, when we want to zero rate, there was not a platform to zero rate for teaching and learning. Microsoft tried their best to say that to go and zero rate our teams. And operators said, no, we won't do it. Because Teams is a platform which can be used for many ways. Because you can't, it's very difficult to zero rate a platform which is also got a lot of backend to be making sure that if you want to zero rate, because teachers even can call their family and friends on Teams, and then who is going to pay for that data? So coming back to that input, it's very relevant. If basic education have a single learning platform for teaching and learning, it's easy to, work around that. The content will be the same, the usage, the data which is going to be used, and the training is going to be easy. Everybody will have the same kind of look and feel when you go to one school to another school. So these are some of the, areas which we want to make sure and strengthen that answers are there. Even coming back, I got an instruction from my minister saying that go to Department of Basic Education and find those 2,000 schools which is rolling out robotics and coding this year. So I asked the minister why. She said that is the first 2,000 schools we have to provide broadband connectivity when this April starts. I requested Basic Education last week, please send me the list of those 2,000 schools, because my job is asking. I'm still waiting for the answer. I'm sure after this I will get, because I think I can at least say that, even here I requested. The thing is that, maybe it's difficult because maybe they are still working on it, but that's one thing. Coming back to Free State, asking the question about providing input into our list of schools. Yes, Free State is one province which gave us list when we asked and prioritized it. Very good. Why we need to prioritize? Because operators are saying that we go to a school, they have already 3 different types of connectivity. One by MTN, something like in that area, they were doing some program for one minister to go and launch something, there is MTN connection. Then somebody else came and said, no, some other, social activity happened, another connection, then third connection. But when it comes to teaching and learning, none of them work, because there is connectivity there, but none of them work. So the operators are requesting that, no. This time, you give us priority. The first priority is the most rural schools where there is no connectivity. Sitting in the Department of Communications, I have no idea where the rural schools are and which school doesn't have. That's why we went to province and said, prioritize. You give us the list, whether it's a year 1, year 2, whatever, because at that time we were thinking that this program must finish in 3 years. We didn't even start the program in the year 1. So now we are thinking changing the licensee agreement to 5 years. So even the priority 1, 2, 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever, if you give it to us, we know that, this is the way the rollout plan should be. These schools must go in the first priority, then the second priority and the third priority. So this request, I'm putting it to you, because in the absence of this, last week, I was asked to go and look at the DBE database. There are 22,500 something schools in DBE database. I downloaded each one of them province by province by province. I have to highlight, okay, this is 9 different provinces. Each province submitted some list. I said, no, I don't have the energy to consolidate into one list. I put 2 lists. I wrote letters to all the premiers and all the MACs of the provinces. The letters are with my minister now. It will be signed, maybe it's already signed. Sending it back to province, I say that you go through this list and tell me one single list. Tell me this is your list for connectivity. Then give it back to us. I will make sure that this connectivity will happen if you give me the list and make sure that there is not going to be end-user devices. Don't come and fight for that. But we are fighting for the data, how much data you are going to get it. But I need that also from you guys. Average it out and say that in an average, a school of this size is using this much. In the absence of that, I can't go to licensees and negotiate uncapped data. They won't give it. Coming back to zero rating also, there is a problem. We zero rated 500 websites. You know how many of them were abused? It's not children abusing it. Immediately people who are very they find these websites where they can go and use the traffic from those websites to any other websites like Netflix, Amazon Prime, whatever you name it, and started using that. So immediately, operators are seeing that there is a big traffic flow about these websites. Going back, none of them are going to DBE using, curriculum or past papers, because the worst one affected was Eastern Cape provincial website, because there is a lot of question papers and memorandums on that. So I argue that no, children are using for that. They showed me, no. Some people are using like a terabit of data in 2 days' time. So what happens? So we have to make sure that the websites are actually safer and in such a way that, abuse cannot happen. So immediately, then we got a new rule by saying that if any abuse happen, take it out. No zero rating. So this is going to happen now. ICASA is going to implement a zero rating again for websites. So when you are getting ready to get your website zero rated, look at all the security features, making sure that where are you actually hosting it, what type of features are there. I'm not very, this thing about websites and thing, but companies like CETA or anybody should be able to help with that. So what I'm saying is that there is a lot of technical issues, there is a lot of things which we need to tackle before we say that, these things are not working. Now I remember coming back to the question about special needs schools. Free State, you said around 29 or 30 special needs schools, only half of them are connected. Yes, I think the other half are, the connected ones may be coming from Vodacom because they completed their special needs schools. But MTN and Liquid also said they completed, but MTN requested that due to some problems they faced in their procurement, they asked for extension of their program. ICASA gave it to them, but I'm sure by either end of this financial year or Q1 of the next financial year, those schools will be completed. But coming back to special needs schools, I don't think so. In my understanding, the schools I visit, most of the schools are adequately equipped by these operators because DB made sure that it's not a single standard given to all the schools. These schools, because some of them are like a deaf children, different types of needs. So the operator was asked to go and analyze the need of the school and make sure that, you know, the devices are applicable to the need of the children in the classrooms. So that's the way that thing was rolled out. But if there is any complaint, please make it to the point of national DBE, and because they can actually send it to ICASA, and then ICASA will make sure that the operators are adhering to the requirements of the obligation. So please do that. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Paul. Are there some questions? So from the floor again, maybe. So we're about to close, all right? So we're about to close. I think we have responded so to all these three questions, right? And so the suggestion of maybe the department considering adopting a common LMS platform, right? So we'll know that, I mean, so irrespective of the school where you are touched, whether it's affluent school, rural school, in the very disadvantaged area, so you'll be subjected to the same training, all of you, all right? And so what I like about maybe these various types of LMS, I mean, so like the one that we're using at the university. So that there are some certain, I'll say, platforms where students can interact, I mean, so with each other. So we call it the discussion forum, right? And a teacher so can chip in and then direct so the discussions. In other words, so you can upload a question, all right? And so number of students so will log in, engage the question, but as an instructor, we call it an instructor, all right, the teacher, all right? So you'll direct, all right, you'll direct the discussion. So but number of students, I mean, so will make some inputs, contribution, I mean, so it's a very good, I mean, so kind of interacting, I mean, so where the students can exchange some views, and so if there's a certain assignment given and say, look, I mean, so this is how I've approached this particular assignment, or so I'm sort of experiencing some challenges, I mean, so I don't know how to answer so this question, so somebody will just come and say, so this is how I've responded to the question. But so the other thing, so the other thing which is good about LMS, I mean, so we move away from textbooks, all right? So books are loaded, I mean, so on e-books, you call them e-books, I mean, so you just carry a laptop, I mean, just got everything, all right? You sit there, you download, all right? So if it's history lesson, I mean, so you download, you open, so the e-book is there, I mean, so, right? If it's maths or whatever, and so you open it. So all those textbooks for a particular grade, so they are uploaded. Country overcome barriers for online teaching and learning. Are you talking about that one? Yeah, I mean, so there are some colleagues who spoke so to that. I mean, so the issue of revisiting some policies, the ICT policy reforms and considerations that are needed to provide quality education to all. So you wanted to check if the scribe has captured whatever, I mean, I don't know, I mean, so if it's the right moment, I mean, so to sort of cross-checking as to whether, I mean, so we have responded to all the questions.
Yeah, Dr. Nkosi is asking a very, very good question to say, following on the inputs that were coming, or colleagues were making inputs across the questions. So what happened is that the scribes captured everything. But after this meeting, then they will have to package them. Like, for instance, the issue of barriers to online learning. I think a number of inputs came through. Some of them, Prof, was sharing with us what they are doing at universities to ensure that they deal with this issue of online learning, and the issue of availability of data as well is very critical when it comes to the issue of online learning. Coming up with one LMS that can be zero-rated, like Miriam was saying, to say it became very difficult to zero-rate these multiple platforms. But if we can, as Lekgotla, recommend that we have one LMS that can be used, then it's going to remove that barrier to online learning, because then teachers will be able to upload content, materials, deliver lessons with the university, advance the marking, writing of examination, marking, giving feedback and all that. So it does touch on removing the barriers to online learning and online teaching. So the zero rating is going to assist in terms of ensuring that data doesn't become an inhibitor. And another example that was given, and I said, I think there are other provinces that are doing that. And Prof said the university has adopted a leasing agreement approach. This assists in ensuring that the devices are issued out to users for a period that is agreed upon between the service provider and the user company, in this case being the basic education. It will deal with the issue of access as well as removing those things that are stopping us to do online learning and teaching. So I'm just making an example of saying that they are all over. These things were mentioned as people were making inputs. I even told colleagues that, no, let's not stop them and try to box them into each of those. Allow them to speak. But it's your responsibility then to follow and package these things according to where they are supposed to be. We've even adopted a strategy record. So they've actually recorded everything that has been said, so that you can go back and listen at your own time as you repackage this in preparation for tomorrow. The issue of what ICT policy reforms should be considered, I think it was spoken to right from the beginning by Claude, where he said, according to him, it starts and it ends on policies. If you don't have policies, then you are all over the place, because the policies would set standards in relation to a whole number of things. The policies would set standards in terms of teacher training and the approaches that must be used. The policy would set standards in terms of the type of speeds for connectivity that must be deployed within the teaching and learning environment. So the policy would set standards with the whole, and he said to that, you need to link and finalize the strategy that must assist you to actualize whatever the policy is dictating. You know, it takes a long time to write a policy. A policy is not something that within a year you'll have in place. But in the meantime, you could have strategies and guidelines that are assisting you while you are still working towards the issue of ICT policy reforms. So there are issues that were spoken to on issues of policies, and colleagues could also help. It was going to be easy if we managed to follow each of the issues in a very structured way and sticking to one question, disposing of it, moving to the next one, disposing of it. It was going to assist with what you are asking Dr. Nkosi to say. At the end of this session, which we still have about 1 hour, 10 minutes, we could say, when we left with about 45 minutes, let us stop and let us have the preliminary report that goes to plenary. And that would have assisted, so that you don't get shocked when you are in plenary and some things have been left out. And you find at the point where they say, are there any further inputs from the commission? We find about 10, 15 hands coming up as further inputs to say, yeah, you forgot this, you forgot that, you forgot that. So what you are saying is very critical, and it was going to assist in terms of preparation for tomorrow. But the challenge was colleagues were speaking from the heart, and they were speaking on a number of issues all at the same time. But all those were valuable points. And colleagues have done their best to, but even the recording, that information is still all over the place. They need to go and repackage it. I hope that provides an explanation, and that would give comfort. Yeah.
So thank you very much, colleagues. Look, I mean, so the issue of ICT, it's problematic. I mean, so because so once we migrate, I mean, so to ICT, maybe, I don't know, I mean, so whatever percentage, and you have an access to ICT, right? So there must be some policies. There must be some policies in place. I mean, so like for example, I mean, if you write an email, all right, so issues of the disclosure. I mean, so and yeah, so if you write an email and so here you are, so the email which was intended to you, I mean, so you share that email so with other colleagues. I mean, so those little things, right? But I mean, so because we don't have access, I mean, so to ICT and stuff like that, some gadgets, I mean, so we still relying on old ways. But as soon as we migrate, I mean, so there has to be some policies. So in schools, right? So to say, look, I mean, so this is how to communicate with the learners, right? So this is how to communicate with another colleague. And so you go out of, so that space, of course, yes, I mean, so you'll be subjected to disciplinary hearing. Right. Like for example, I mean, so at the university, before you can even log in, I mean, so a laptop, I mean, so there's a message, a disclosure. You read that first, right? You log in with your credentials, but I mean, so that message will just pop up. You read that and say, all right? So you enter in the university space, all right? So be careful about this and that and that and that and that and that.
Maybe just a quick one, which is just a quick one, which is also a recommendation to the Commission to say, how can the country overcome the barriers of online learning and teaching? Maybe we also need to say we need to adopt offline approaches as well, so that the online doesn't stop learners from accessing materials. And that we consider that as one of the recommendations. To strengthen the blended learning approach. Yes. And which asynchronous? The asynchronous or on demand. On demand. So when a learner or a teacher misses a lesson, then they can always get it later on at their own time when they get to those. I think it was Prof who also talked about the issue of creating video content, something like that, to say if there can be a strong approach towards creation of video content that can be distributed on multiple technologies, including very basic technologies like, what do you call this thing, by the way? I forgot the name. It's a very old thing. USB. Yeah, a memory stick. It's a very old technology. Yeah, so so we say content being distributed on learning materials and all that on USBs, and so then you are obviating the issue of online learning, because then you are able to use other approaches to distribute digital materials and lessons. And yeah, thank you.
So there's this proposal on the table. I don't know as to whether we should consider that, maybe so to project what has been captured on the screen, and so to tease out.
Even if it's just a mess.
Yeah, I mean, so, right. And then so that, I mean, so we can package, so each under whatever question, so if it's question one and say, okay, fine, so these, maybe they belong under question one, so these they belong or they respond to question two, or these are relevant to question three, so something like that, right? So that at least when you go out of this room, I mean, so we are more or less on the same page. What's your take on that? Is it fine? Because Mr. Tlhabane said, I mean, you still have got about 1 hour or so. Is it 30 minutes or 1 hour? All right. All right. So in other words, so my understanding is that maybe it will be sort of a template, will sort of take the form of 3 columns, right? Column for questions, some inputs and recommendations, so something like that, right? So a column for this question, right? And so some challenges linked to that particular question and recommendation on the last column. It's 100, just increase. It's at 100, maybe 130. Come again?
Thanks, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues. What we did was we tried at first, to follow a structured approach in capturing the inputs. But then we realized that as deliberations are made, people are just, saying everything in one. So you can see as we started, we tried to structure it nicely, but then we got lost. Can you go a bit up? When we realized that now there is more input coming through, so a structured approach won't work. Can you just take the page up a little bit? Oh, yes. Sorry. So that's when I started to, become a student now, take notes, capture everything as it is being said. And I think I started with what Claude said, because he spoke after the other two gentlemen and the lady. When he spoke, and yeah, this is too academic, and I captured it, that we've got complexity of systems transformation, which demands systemic entry point. And then he spoke about those strategies, that the strategic policies that needs to be in place, where everything should find expression to be able to guide people. So you will see that as you go up again, we try to capture all inputs as they are. We're going to sit down and sift and then put them into, and I'm sorry, I just had to mention our gentleman's name, so that, but it's not for reporting, for plenary, so that as DBE, because we work in special schools, we can start to engage with people like him, because we need this kind of inputs are important for us. So that's when he mentioned that. I mentioned that he's from Deaf SA, if I remember. It's Sanda. Oh, yeah, from Sanda. Okay, that will be corrected. So he mentioned issues of sign language interpreters. He mentioned issues of, having people signing when there are online lessons, so that deaf learners can be accommodated. And then other people spoke about, I don't remember who spoke about 150,000 teachers. Oh, it's the lady on training. 150,000 teachers who were trained online and, on how to use technology, that it was a cascading model where PEDs, that's provincial education departments and districts, as well as teachers were then trained so that they can customize and implement in their own context in their province. So we tried to capture all of this. And then there were other issues that came through in the form of questions, and then there were, answers to that, like how do we deal with barriers of cost, and then there were deliberations on that. There were issues of access to internet is vast in rural areas. So you can see that we even captured what Prof was saying, what UNISA is doing, so that there is access, and then we're going to try and put it nicely so that it can fall under all those three categorized questions. So yeah, transversal concept, a lot of people spoke on that we need to prioritize this contract for education, and I think there was a response. Can we go up? There were responses to some of these, no. Oh, sorry, down. Yeah, no, up and down now becomes a problem. You see, then there was responses where Dion, for instance, went back and said RT39 data is available. It needs to be scrutinized so that we can go back and make sure that, like the request from provinces, this then becomes available, because that's where we will make education-specific gadgets available to schools, which makes it part of the education domain by SETA. And then I'm not sure whether it was sun, rain, or what, but I just said sun, rain, that the TVET colleges and higher education is using. As we go, I will try and sun, rain, but the sound is there. At least I'm there. So the greening curriculum done by the TVET colleges, where exams and monitoring, everything is done online. There is an item, Mr. Tlhabane even said, no, we should call it item bank. But it was put like it's a bank of question papers where people are able to then, always access them as and when they need to, if there were challenges with them writing at the time they were writing. Then there was an issue of if you give schools devices, some end up not being used, and this was in relation to special schools, where when visited, it's found that some are not being used, or some have been used and are no longer, the warranty period, or what do you call it? Use is over, something like that. Then there was issue of poor connectivity, because we concentrate on end user devices rather than ensuring that there is proper connectivity. So these obligations then should be limited to connectivity only, so that we can ensure that people can access content anytime. Teacher development, and this comes from our online participants. They suggest that teacher development should be on a continuous basis, focusing on officials and all teachers. And then there was a mention of an ELMS, which we will have to investigate as a sector. Maybe it was done before some of us came in, so that we can revamp that, because it then tallies with the suggestion that the sector needs its own learning management system, which will bring about standardization, where a learner in Rimfas Makfontein or to a Bevelsmet Eenskoot Geskietfontein, they can access the same content, same end user interface, as well as the learner in KZN in rural. So it's those kind of things. So that there you can see, I said, a single platform for teaching and learning will then simplify teaching and learning, which is then an LMS. With regards to, and this was a response to technical assistance, that there are a lot of technical issues that needs to be handled, so that at the end of the day, teachers don't even struggle when they have to teach. When you provide devices, teachers, or there must be provision for maintenance, technical maintenance, so that teachers don't concentrate on issues of technical issues, but on what they are at school for. Needs analysis. And then Mem Miriam also indicated that when she gave an update that MTN asked for extension, other MNOs like Vodacom completed their obligations, whilst others like MTN requested for extension, and there is also Cell C due to challenges related to business issues. And then there's that when schools were provided with devices, there was a needs analysis done. It wasn't just done one size fits all kind of solution. It was specific to that kind of a special school, where she even gave an example of if the school has deaf learners, then the solution is designed for deaf learners, something in that way. And then she also cautioned that zero rating needs to be handled properly, because at the end of the day, we find ourselves, giving passage to unscrupulous people or access to sites, and then they do not serve purpose. So now the decision is, as soon as that is discovered, then the site is taken down, out of the 0 rating, but we must find ways of securing our sites so that they are not susceptible to abuse. And then there must be a decision on the rollout of an LMS to all schools, and teachers need to be trained around that. My colleague will just add so that we hand over to Prof.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and through you, Chair, may I comment? I just want to comment on the shaded area. This is what was provided to us to report in to say what has been captured is going to be packaged accordingly. We need to highlight what are the challenges, the progress that has been made so far, and how are we gonna overcome the challenges that we would have cited on that side, and action plan on the next slide to say, and something like the timelines, when are we gonna achieve that? And maybe to comment to say, we have a lot of recommendations, and others sounded like a repetition of others. So we are going to try to shorten recommendations as possible as we can. From the previous year's experience, we were the only commission that had 1,000 recommendations. So the strategy that we are going to approach here is that we are going to package those according to our focus areas, which are our mandates. For example, our mandate is to roll out ICT devices, to roll out connectivity in partnership with, or in collaboration with partners and sister departments. We are to ensure that teachers are developed, and we are to ensure that we develop and roll out digital content. So that's how we are going to package it. And look at maybe policies. We can maybe put a row for policies, then we speak to that, and funding. Maybe if through you, we request your permission just to try to limit our recommendations so that we don't find ourselves having a lot, because we are expected as the Commission to report progress that has been registered on a quarterly basis. And the province, and since the implementation is in provinces, the provinces are required to finish the DBE with the activities that have been rolled out in provinces. Yeah, I'll pause here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm not sure if maybe, but you will guide me, so colleagues, so you'll guide me. Are we not supposed to have the focus area, so the second column, progress made so far? And so I don't know, so that's how I think we can approach it.
I just wanted to check basically on some of the things which he has touched. I realized that you touched the issue of budget, because budget must be there. The issue of human resource, because I agree it will need time frame. When are they going to be trained so that they will be able to roll up the program to different areas, because you can't they are not ready-made, these people. They need to be trained, and we need to find out exactly how many people do we think we will utilize in terms of human resources, and which will go into the strategy. But I think it needs to be, because it must have a time frame. It will guide us. How many do we have for now? What is our plan? What is our thinking? How many can be involved? And as compared to the roll-up program of our target
maybe let's just say by 2028, we think we must be at 35% covering the entire sector. So how are we going to reach to that stage? That's my just input, because I realize that I don't know whether it's a gap or you only needed it to be like that.
Maybe R Tlhabane will add after this, if maybe I'm not coming across clearly. But I just want to comment to say all focus areas, there should be targets for all focus areas. To say for this financial year, for example, as Limpopo, we are going to roll out 20,000 devices. We are going to train so many teachers. Then, beginning of the financial year, then the provinces finished the DBE with their targets that are aligned with their budgets. Then we consolidate and say, this is the number that the sector is going to train. Then it becomes the sector plan of some sort. Yeah, that's how. Then the role players are so many. We have partners, we have ourselves as the basic education, we have tertiary education that has to come into play. Understandable, but here, the progress that you are going to capture on quarterly basis is based from today until the next Lokotla maybe. But I think we'll need to come up with a cumulative reporting of some sort to say this is what was done in the previous year, then this is what needs to be done in this current year, blah blah. But we'll see how best we can respond to the issues that were raised. For example, I can't remember who suggested that, or Mr. Nkosi from Mpumalanga suggested that we share the progress, but it is an eye-opener to say next year when we start, we give proper feedback. Thank you.
So maybe if I may just ask one quick question. So any reason why so they've put post-COVID-19 so in the topic? Any specific reason maybe? Okay.
I just want to check where are we putting our questions on the presentation. The questions we discussed, where are we putting it on a focus? The one we were answering. Or isn't it that
Look, so that's why the suggestion was maybe we need to have a number of columns, right? So one column, the research questions linked to the focus area, so the 4 focus areas, and so followed by progress made to date, right? And so challenges identified, so some gaps. And so how we have responded to those gaps, some interventions that we came up with. And, but I mean, so the tricky part here is intervention and action plan.
Maybe if we can ask Mr. Hu to flight the PowerPoint template that we started with. And maybe from there we can suggest as we go throughout. He has it. He has been flighting it up there. Can you flight that PowerPoint template that we shared with you earlier, please? Yeah. In the meantime, R Tlhabane can respond to why the post-COVID-19.
Yeah. I think, Prof, the reason for that is that all commissions are conscientized that we are working post-COVID, and that our recommendations must demonstrate that we are aware that we are operating post-COVID. And two, there are valuable lessons that may have been learned during the COVID period itself, and that that must be reflected in the recommendations to demonstrate that we are aware about the lessons that were learned. Particularly for our commission, one thing that COVID did was to accelerate the need for using technology to mediate teaching and learning. And that we cannot go back. But we are in this era where technology is here, the need for it cannot be questioned, and that we need to ensure that should we be hit by another pandemic, that we have put necessary plans in place to ensure that we are ready. That we should not assume that, like historically, that we should anticipate the next pandemic to be in the next 100 years. What if things change and we are hit by another pandemic? We must be more ready than we were. This one caught us not ready. So this time around, we must be ready. That is, in my thinking, the reason why the issue of post-COVID. And the issue of the questions, my thinking is that, Prof, we will put the question at the top. Yeah, we put the question at the top, and then we put this table that has all these focus areas that are responding to the question. And then we put question number 2, we put the same table responding to, on those 4 broad areas, responding to question number 2. And number 3, just like that.
So I agree with you. Because I just wanted to sensitize you about that, because, I mean, so this, so the reason why they've put post-COVID, I mean, so it's a loaded question, right? Or it's a loaded statement, so which requires so somebody to respond to what the situation was like during COVID, all right, or before COVID, all right? What progress has been made, all right, when things were normal, okay? And so when there was some disruptions, what the situations was like, all right? And so how do you respond beyond?
How about in the opening remarks, before giving the report, that we speak to that issue of COVID came upon us. It cost a lot of research. Children were there in the home. The technology, the solutions that we have, or in fact, we mustn't look at the technology as a luxury, but it must actually be a must-have. Yes, something like that. And as you say, that we give progress to say we were at this point. We need to move with speed, moving forward.
Okay, so in other words, so certain things which were there, which were in place, right? So because of COVID, right? So they couldn't work.
Yes.
Right? So that's my understanding, so to say. I mean, so we had this number of strategies, so this number of interventions, so which were in place, right? But we caught by COVID, and so found ourselves pens down, and so we couldn't move, and so here we are. It's post-COVID, all right? Are we going back? No. Exactly. Hmm. No, so there's a reason why you have those three questions. You cannot just sort of, what can I say? I mean, so congest them, right? So there's a reason, right? You ask this particular question, so to achieve a particular objective, all right? And you're going to make a recommendation out of this particular question objective. So these are my recommendations. I collected data, all right? So based on certain number of questions, all right, in order to achieve a particular objective, all right? So did I achieve that particular objective? Yes. So what do you recommend? 1, 2, 3, 4. So in other words, I mean, so what guided us first is opening statement, a problem statement, issues of COVID, post-COVID, so to those, it's a problem statement, all right? It's part of a background, open statement, all right? And so out of that background and open statement, all right, here are the questions which is guiding our journey, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, all right? We're asking these 4 questions in order to achieve these 4 objectives, all right? Out of these 4 objectives, we want to recommend this and this and this in linked to each question and objective. The same page. I mean, at the end of the day, so we come up with a document. Yep.
On a template that was shared with all commissions, that each commission must tell us what problem are they trying to solve. So we put this, and we are putting it as a proposal to the commission to say, despite efforts to increase access to and integration of ICT in education, the rollout of education-specific resources has been slow and uneven, resulting in a digital divide among learners and teachers and hindering the effectiveness of technology-enabled learning. We thought it must be broad enough to stand multiple years, because a problem within a sector as big as us is not something that will be solved in 1 year. It can be broken down into many problems. But we thought, let's put a broad question, and if if you hold a view that says we need to add it anywhere, through your Prof, I think colleagues can, or they can adopt and say it's fine. It's broad enough. Let's go and present it as is. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, maybe as part of, I don't know, I mean, so as part of the problem statement, I mean, so I see that you have put that in inverted commas, I mean, and so maybe there's a reason why it's in inverted commas. Is it taken some way? Oh, okay. So I thought maybe it's, okay. So there's this other one that you can also include as part of, I mean, so to be part of the problem statement. So the pace of implementing ICT in the basic education since the white paper on e-education has been unsatisfactory. This pace has not only been slow, but has been uneven between provinces, hence provinces are at different levels of ICT integration in education. And so you can go on, so from that particular, that sort of form part of, right? It's a policy in place, right? And so it's guiding us, but so there are some challenges, I mean, so as to how to go about in terms of implementing that particular policy, all right? So what are those challenges? All right. Come again? So what are those challenges? I mean, so the challenges, it's, I mean, so some provinces do not have same strength. I mean, so some provinces, of course, some certain schools are in the very sort of poor areas, rural areas. They don't have access to even to basic things. All right. I mean, so those are some of the challenges. But so my guidance, it's let's try and sort of package so that the problem statement in such a way that so it touches on so this is how the situation was like when things were normal, and so the disruption happens, all right? So this is where we find ourselves, all right? And then so how do we move out of this situation, right? So should we face a similar challenge? Captured. And so from there, it's what you have said. I mean, so it's those questions. So how we have responded so to this question, all right? Post-COVID, before COVID, maybe before COVID, the progress made before COVID, challenges, part of COVID, post-COVID, how do you think you'll sort of navigate out of this number of challenges, move out of this number of challenges? So should we encounter so this kind of a challenge? I mean, so maybe some years to come, we don't know. And so the second question, so you do the same, all right? So the third question, so you just do the same, all right? So it will also help you when it comes to so the action plan, all right? So to say, okay, fine, I mean, so this question, this objective, the action plan, all right? So we have these questions. This question, and we wanted to achieve this, the action plan. I mean, so where are we? So with our action plan, all right? So the action plan, not necessarily to solve the problem, but so to guide. Yeah. Okay, I mean, so, no, it's fine, but I mean, so in research, you don't solve the problem. So you provide, you provide guidance. Yeah, so how these problems so can be, yeah, so can be solved, right? And so we don't use terminologies like the hypothesis. I mean, it's something else, right? So this, yeah, so this it's a problem. So which is guiding us. I mean, so here it's a background, all right? So this is what the country is facing. So this is what education is facing as a whole, all right? It's a background statement, all right? And out of the background statement, here it's a problem. Okay. National issue, all right? And so here it's a problem, a guiding question, all right? So we call it an overarching question, part of the policy, all right? What the policy is doing. So here's a policy, here's an ICT policy. So how do we implement so the ICT policy? How do we help so the government so to implement the ICT policy? That's what we are faced with, right? But so you've got to take that in chunks. So that's why you need to have questions. So to address each and every, whether it's a focus area, bit by bit, and say, okay, it's a connectivity. So how do you address connectivity? Training of teachers in schools. How do I address that? Right? Access to the device, rolling out of the device. So how do we deal with that? Okay.
Yes, we just said we will add other words like, instead of saying, just saying, despite efforts to increase access, you say, despite efforts to implement what people said.
Exactly.
So to increase access and integration into the education space. The rollout has been slow and uneven amongst provinces. To put in some of those keywords.
Exactly. And so that's the information that you collect. I mean, so you sort of got it from colleagues. So they've provided you with that information, all right? So they've shared that. So with us, I mean, you don't know. I mean, we are not in Limpopo, we are not in Eastern Cape, all right? But people who are in schools on the ground, so they've shared that information with us and say, I mean, so these are the challenges that we're facing in schools, all right? So help us. It's what you call it empirical data, all right? So we're dealing with the empirical data, all right? Yeah, we're dealing with the empirical data, and so we want to analyze that empirical data and come up with maybe some recommendations for the policymakers. Of course, yes. And the implementers, I mean, so principals, teachers in schools or something. You wanted to say something, Dari?
Money is a big problem, and cost of devices, costing. How are we going to fund this? So that's a big problem. But there is a gem that is still in basic education, and that's the textbooks. And there's a lot of money going through that textbooks. It's not. It's the distributing of those textbooks. It's the managing of those textbooks. And there's a potential that we need to see. How can we reuse some of that funds into other areas so that we can address the problem on the board? Analog to digital.
I mean, so moving away from use of textbooks, I mean, so to e-books. Exactly. Yeah.
The issue of the
So that's why the issue of, I mean, I saw something like in one of the columns, priorities. Yeah. So which provinces?
Yeah, let me clarify this. From education funding point of view, there is no province which is richer than the other. Because funding is calculated per learner. So what provinces get is based on the learner. If the funding norm for a learner is 3,000 rands, a province, a big province like KwaZulu-Natal will receive more money than the Northern Cape. But that is calculated on a head count. So on a balance of things, they have received equitably. They have not received equally, but they've received equitably. What differentiates one province from the other is how they allocate their funding in terms of their priorities. They would prioritize, let's say, ICTs. Now, from the allocation that has been given to a child, they would say so much is going to go towards LTSM, so much will go towards ICT, so much will go towards what? But yes, the prioritization exercise is not just a linear thing, it's influenced by many things. A province like Limpopo would say, we're still struggling with pit latrines. So their funding cannot ignore that. And it may not be something that Gauteng is dealing with. Gauteng may not be dealing with pit latrines, which gives them a leeway to say, with the money that has been allocated per child, we are able to deal with that. Limpopo would say, I can't roll out tablets when children are falling in toilets. So for me, I prioritize infrastructure. So that's why I say, from where the money comes from, it is the same per child. What one province get may be more in terms of rents and cents amounts because of the number of learners they have. They will have more. But when they get into the exercise of prioritization, that's where now one province will be able to move in this direction. Another one then has to say, no, I can't move at that pace in that direction because I still have backlogs that I have to deal with in other areas. So I thought, let me clarify that issue of saying other provinces are rich, others are not rich. Yes, there are those that would have advantages in terms of partnerships. And maybe because most companies would have their offices in Johannesburg and in Cape Town and in Durban. They would have their head office. You would not have them having their head offices in Kimberley or in Mafikeng. They would not have their head offices there. So where their head offices are, executives of companies always look at their convenience. Instead of rolling out a project in Lephalale, where if they have to go and monitor and check what's happening, it will take them 5 hours. They come up with policies within companies that says, we will invest in schools that are within 10-kilometer radius of our operations. So that's why I say that there are all those, and the sad story would be, A company, let's take an MTN or a Vodacom. They don't just have customers around Johannesburg only. They've got customers throughout the country. But when they invest, then they would be investing in Rodiport because it's nearer to their head office. And that's why you say Gauteng is rich. It is not rich, and it is something that is outside. And I mean, if they are given resources, they will not say, no, don't give us, go and give Northwest. They won't say that. They will receive it. I thought, let me clarify that issue of one province is rich and others are not rich. Funding is the same, is determined on the learner. It came, it's captured. So one of the people spoke about it. The gentleman at the back. Okay, yeah, they spoke about that can't we have a conditional grant for ICTs? So that these funds are ring-fenced. Yes, okay.
I think we're getting somewhere. I mean, so I just wanted to tap on what D Nel said. Of course, I mean, so even the universities are using exactly the same thing. I mean, look, so if say, for example, you have registered a 3-year qualification, right? So we expect you to complete so that qualification within 3 years, right? And so, okay, so let me be specific. I mean, so at unis, I mean, say for example, you have registered certain number of modules, right? So would expect you, I mean, so to progress. I mean, so if you fail number of certain modules, I mean, so I know, I mean, so it's I mean, even other universities, I mean, so they are applying that. So we'll block you, all right? Because it's costly to the university. Look, you must be out of the university, I mean, so within a particular period, all right? Yeah.
Funding for university on
throughput. Yeah. And so I think indirectly, so schools are using that indirectly. I mean, so that's why so it's not allowed to allow a learner so to be in a particular grade for a number of years. It's costly. So like, for example, I mean, so if you're doing masters, I mean, so we wanted you, I mean, so to finish within a certain period of time. I mean, so if it's 3 years or 4 years, maximum we give you 4 years, right? And so you don't progress first year, so we'll give you a second chance. You don't progress, you block you. I mean, so it's done with you. I mean, so they won't allow you, I mean, so to register or re-register unless you go to another university. So I think so you have, I don't know, I mean, so I think you have captured everything, and so we've got to repackage. So whatever you have captured. And so I don't know if there are any other inputs or whatever, suggestions before I give over to that is Larry. I mean, so to close and then so that, I mean, so maybe we meet tomorrow. I mean, are there some inputs, maybe further inputs, suggestions? So are you happy with what we have put together, more or less? Okay. so we can applaud ourselves. I mean, so, okay. So thank you very much. So colleagues, I think, so this brings us to the end of this particular session.
Okay. Prof, thank you very much. I think you were managing a very difficult subject, and you chaired the session so well that you always brought us back to say, but allowing us the freedom to express ourselves. And colleagues, what's going to happen now is that the scribes are going to consolidate all the inputs that have been put here. I think there's a lot that came. But taking the lead from the comment from the Office of the Director General is that other commissions did not have many recommendations like we had last year. We had, how many pages, Ms. Khembo? About 6-7 pages when we had to compile that report. It was a lot. And I think taking from the comments and from the work that was done by other commissions, they did not have many recommendations. So what's going to emerge is that I'm going to say to colleagues, we must have between 5 and 10 recommendations, not more than that. So we're going to condense all the things that were said into those, just between 5 and 10 recommendations. Yes. And then those are the ones that we are going to pursue and monitor. And I think even from provincial point of view, with that very long report that you had to provide us with progress, it must have been too tedious. But if we just had selected just a few things, we know there are many things that we are doing. But if we just select a few that we say we will report on this, and then all of us then report on that. So don't be shocked when you see tomorrow the presentation coming up with just about 5, 6 solid recommendations and sticking to that. It doesn't mean all the other things that have been mentioned here are not important. But it's same for the sake of going back to plenary that we would have prioritized those issues. So I was just sending that message to say, so don't find yourself then raising and say, yeah, no, we want to put the following thing. You did not include, you omitted that. Unless if it is really burning, then that you raise and say, please ensure that you bring this back. That because we might in working leave out very critical things. But he said, don't be shocked and say, but when he took us through that Word document, he went through 10 pages. But now when they are presenting, there are only 7 slides. All of them just very crisp. So otherwise, thank you very much. And colleagues, thank you for staying the course. I think the program was saying will be until 6:20, I'm not sure. But it was around this time. So you stayed right up to the end. We truly appreciate your commitment. And Prof, thank you. Thank you once more. You still have another task tomorrow anyway of facilitating a panel discussion. Yes, okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. And to our sign language as well, interpreters, we truly appreciate it because they kept our colleagues up to speed with what we are saying, and we appreciate the inputs that we also received from them. Yes, as well as, yeah, let me also thank colleagues who are online. I've not been informed as to how many logged in online. We don't have access to that. Yeah, so let me also thank colleagues who are at home, who followed the discussion. Some of them made inputs online as well, and they were picked up. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate it.